Welcome back, everybody. It is so great to see all of you in person here and to see so many of you. So first, thanks to Brookings for hosting us here and getting everyone back together so that we can continue the discussions and the issues and the arguing that makes Brookings such a fantastic contribution to policy and to the profession. And thanks to all of you who've made the effort to be here in person. We have learned a few things over the last few years. So we have some technological innovations. We have some people on Zoom, and we're also live streaming and recording. So our previous disclosure about Chatham House rules is no longer relevant. We are recording and live streaming. The conference drafts and slides are on the Brookings event page for anyone who would like to find them there. For people who are on Zoom, when we come to Q&A, you can raise your hand on the Zoom window to be promoted to a panelist, and we would like to have all of the Q&A be verbal, so it's as much like an interaction as possible. And I think that is all the announcements. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, so just don't put a question in Q&A.
Oh yeah, for those on Zoom, there is a Q&A function, but we're not planning on using it. So if you'd like to ask a question, raise your hand. All right, so welcome back, everybody. We will start with the first paper, which Jim will moderate.
Okay, great. So, and then one more thing for the Zoom people who raise their hands, we'll promote you so that we'll all be able to look at you, and we would love to have your video on so that you're actually here. Okay, so yeah, let's just get started. The first paper is on inflation, a topic of some current interest. Larry Ball, Daniel Lay, Prachi Mishra, and I think, is it Daniel, are you presenting, or Prachi? Yep, let's do it.
Thank you very much to the organizers, to Jim, for having us here. And my name is Prachi Mishra, and this is joint work with Lawrence Ball and Daniel Lee. Very quickly, I'll give some context, which is very obvious. After decades of low inflation, inflation in the U.S. has now become a central economic problem of the COVID era. And there have been a lot of research over the last 2 years on why inflation rose and where is it headed from here. And this is where this paper tries to contribute. So this is a basic framework. It's fairly simple. We try to decompose headline CPI, consumer price inflation, into core inflation and headline inflation shocks. Core inflation is really explained by standard Phillips curve variables, which include expected inflation as well as labor market tightness. Important to note that we measure core inflation by weighted median inflation rate from the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. And what basically this measure does is tries to strip out unusually large movements in sectors, not only food and energy, which we hear commonly, but other sectors as well. And just for completeness, we also include, we also look at other measures, for example, trim mean PCE from the Dallas Fed. Headline inflation shocks are basically the non-core component. And these are these high frequency movements which are driven by large price changes, of course in energy, as we can all guess, but even beyond energy. For example, during COVID, we saw large price movements in sectors such as autos or travel related sectors. So a key feature of our analysis is that we will look at the pass-through from these headline inflation shocks into core inflation. Let me just give some context again. The left chart here shows the monthly annualized inflation rate, and the right-hand chart shows the 12-month inflation rate. And the black line shows the headline, the headline CPI inflation rate. And these charts also show the decomposition, which I just showed you in the previous slide, between the two. So the blue, I don't know if the pointer.
Prachi, can you stay at the mic so that our online audience can hear you?
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, I can look at this.
Yeah.
So you can see, there is the blue line, which is core inflation, and the red line, which are the headline inflation shocks. Can I show the pointer? Oh, I can show it here. You can see it there, right? Yeah. So couple of very quick points from these charts. On the left-hand side, you can see that headline CPI inflation rate, as in the black line, has been really volatile. Slumped during the height of the pandemic, and then fluctuates up and down. If you look at the blue line instead, which is the core, has been much more stable. However, since middle of 2021, there was a preponderance of high monthly readings, even on core inflation, and that's why you see on the right hand side very striking figure, which is consistent rise in core inflation, 12-month core inflation on the right. So just a few more words about how we measure these variables. We are getting long-term inflation expectations from Survey of Professional Forecasters. This is 12-month ahead median CPI inflation rate, 10-year ahead CPI inflation rate from the Survey of Professional Forecasters. We also consider other popular measures, for example, that from the Michigan survey. On labor market tightness, let me make very few quick comments. The standard measure of labor market tightness up until the pandemic was really the unemployment rate. However, over the last few years, many researchers, including Jason, have used the ratio of vacancies to unemployed. And there are very good theoretical reasons as well as empirical reasons for why this makes sense to use. And theoretically, if you consider these search models such as Mortensen and Pisiradis, you'll see that the ratio of vacancies to unemployed is basically used as a threat point for bargaining of wages between workers and firms. And empirically, in our own analysis, we also find that this measure performs relatively somewhat better in explaining both wage and price inflation compared to, for example, the traditional unemployment rate. Coming to headline inflation shocks, I think there are a number of channels which several scholars have discussed on how these headline inflation shocks could affect core inflation. It could either be through wages, or as Blanchard has emphasized, or through other costs of production. I think Shabnam is sitting here, worked with Julian DiGiovanni and others, where they've looked at other costs of production as well. I think what we do is, for both labor market tightness as well as headline inflation shocks, we look at 12-month average or 4-quarter average to account for the fact that these effects might take some time to pass through into core inflation. So this, zooming a little bit more into the effect of V over U, on the left-hand side, we show the scatter plot between inflation gap, which is the core inflation gap, the difference between core inflation and long-term inflation expectations, and V over U. And on the right-hand side, you see the same, plot for quarterly data. And very quickly, I think what is evident from both these charts, that there's a very, upward sloping relationship between the two. And of course, if you see the red lines, the red dots, these are the 2021 and 2022, they are towards the extreme right. And of course, median inflation gap was much higher over the last 2 years, but they're actually consistent with the high levels of V over U we saw during the pandemic period, and importantly, with a pre-pandemic relationship between the two variables, as is evident from the two charts, both left and right. Let me quickly say a few words about the importance of measurement. And here, as I mentioned, we use basically weighted median inflation rate as a measure of core inflation. What if we used standard measure of core inflation, which is food excluding food and energy, or XFE inflation? And that's what I think, basically here we repeat the same scatter plot you saw in the last picture, but with XFE. And you can see how strikingly the two charts are. The right chart basically repeats the figure you saw in the last slide with median inflation. It's, the difference is truly striking. So basically, if you use XFE, even in the pre-pandemic period, the relationship becomes quite noisy. But during the pandemic, it really it fluctuates very erratically. So I think, and this could really be driven by the fact that there were unusually large movements during the pandemic in sectors other than food and energy. So this slide clearly highlights the issue of measurement of core inflation. Again, a couple of more words about our framework. The reason, what we do is try to explain core inflation gap by slack or labor market tightness and headline inflation shocks. And there are good reasons to believe why both these relationships could be nonlinear. For example, Blanchard 2022 talks about the salience of large shocks. For example, headline inflation, or as reflected in costs of living, could feed into wage demands, and in turn into core inflation, and these effects could actually be larger at high levels of headline inflation shocks. And there's interesting work by Oviong and Verman where they use a term called rockets and feathers. So the nonlinear effect zooms like a rocket at high levels of headline inflation, whereas moves very slowly like a feather at low levels of headline inflation. So basically, what we do is draw on this large literature and allow a very flexible functional form by estimating a cubic function, by estimating inflation gap as a cubic function of both slack as well as headline inflation shocks. And of course, we allow for other forms of nonlinearities as well, which gives us fairly similar results. So this graph, this slide basically shows the results of our estimation exercise. So the left-hand chart basically shows the estimated inflation gap as a function of V over U, and the right-hand side shows the estimated inflation gap as a function of the headline inflation shocks. And you can see, for example, from the left-hand side chart that the relationship is cubic in the sense that at middle levels of V over U, you have a very flat relationship, whereas, for very high, unusually high V over U or unusually low V over U, you have a very, very steep relationship, or the marginal effect on a core inflation gap is very high. On the right-hand chart is actually pretty striking also, where you see the estimated effect on inflation gap of these headline inflation shocks, these unusually large movements or relative price changes. And you can see really how asymmetric the effect is. And this is what the rocket and feathers effect, which Oviong and Verman talked about. The effect zooms like a rocket for high headline inflation shocks, whereas moves slowly as feathers for low levels of headline inflation shocks. So how does our framework do in explaining the rise in core inflation during the pandemic? So this slide basically shows the relationship between the fitted and actual values of the core inflation gap. So the dark blue line is the actual value, and the dashed line is the fitted values, and for the left-hand chart basically shows for the full sample, whereas the right chart shows it for the pre-pandemic sample. And as you can see, bottom line, they are fairly close. And I think the right chart is particularly interesting because it shows, it basically shows an out-of-sample fit. So the relationship, the fitted and actual values are very close, assuming a pre-pandemic relationship between the two variables. Very quickly, next, what we do in the paper is try to explain these headline inflation shocks. What really drove these headline inflation shocks? And we explored a number of variables during which were discussed in popular, which were cited in popular discussions of the pandemic. And there were three variables which we really found to be salient, which include number one, energy price inflation; number two, an index of firms' backlogs of orders; and number three, auto-related inflation. And this slide just makes the point, the right figure just makes the point that Yeah, I'm going to be done quickly. So basically, the right chart is just making the point that the fitted and actual values are very close. Just ending with what we do is how do we decompose what really accounts for the rise in headline inflation rate between before the pandemic and now. And this slide just does that decomposition. I don't have time to go into the details, but I think just the thing to note is that headline inflation shocks, which were large relative price changes, explain about 5.5 percentage point of the 7.2 percentage point change in 12-month headline inflation rate between December 2020 and now. So big role of headline inflation shocks, and which comes through the red. The red is the direct effect, but importantly, the pass-through effect to core inflation as well. And just one last point before I end, I think if you look at the effect of V over U, that seems fairly small, but I think if you, and actually in one of the figures, I didn't have time to go into the details, but one of the figures, the effect of V over U or slack has risen over time. I'm sure, let me hand it over to Daniel to speak about the where inflation is heading in the future.
Thanks, Prachi, and hello. So that was on the past. Now I'll say a few words on the future. We look at two main issues that are going to shape where inflation is going and how much unemployment is going to be needed to bring inflation down. There's two things. One is the beverage curve position, and the second one is inflation expectations. And if the beverage curve, to keep it short, if the beverage curve stays where it shifted out during the crisis to the red dots, that's going to be a problem. We will have to have a lot higher inflation for a given unemployment rate, so it would worsen the trade-off. The second issue is on inflation expectations. If they stay where they have reached now and they don't come down, that will be a lot more difficult. We look at both the case where they come back to where they were in 2019 and a more pessimistic case where they de-anchor as they were before they anchored in the 90s. So with these two big questions in hand, we now look at where inflation is heading, and we look at three paths of unemployment. One is from the Federal Reserve Survey of Economic Projections from June. Unemployment peaks at 4.1%. Second one is from the IMF staff projection from July, where unemployment peaks at 5.3%, both in 2024. And then the third one is a much worse scenario with 7.5% unemployment for 2 years, 2023, 2024. So now with that first scenario, with the 4.1% unemployment rate, you can see in red what would happen in our analysis with the bad beverage curve, the pandemic beverage curve, much higher inflation. The blue dots, the blue lines show you with the beverage curve shifting back to where it was, much lower. But also it shows you the differences on expectations anchoring. The solid line is expectations get back down to where they were before in 2019. But you can see that with 4.1% unemployment, it's very hard to get inflation back towards the target. The dashed line there, that's 2.5%. That's the Atlanta Fed's estimate of what is the target for CPI median, which is what the measure we use. Okay, so if that's not enough, how much higher does unemployment have to go? With the IMF staff 5.3% unemployment rate, there you can see that it's possible to even undershoot the target slightly in 2024, and the range is like between 2 and 5%. So there are upside risks to it, but then the question is, well, to really robustly get inflation back towards the target, does the 7.5% path that Larry Summers suggested get you there? Yes. The inflation paths are clustered around the target, but at what a cost? Much higher and persistent unemployment. So that's what we have on the future inflation. We look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thanks very much. The first discussant is Jason Furman. 12 minutes.
So I thought this was the scariest macroeconomic paper written in 2022, and I read your paper, Bob Gordon, about productivity, and I still think that about this paper. I want to share some of what scared me, some of what I think we learned / confirmed, some quibbles, and then finally talk about the implications, all of which I can start doing as soon as the slides are up. Well, should I just get started without slides? Okay. So the authors have a choose-your-own-adventure approach to this. They show lots of different scenarios. They're all conditional forecasts. They don't tell us what their best guess is. To draw out some of the implications of the paper, I made the assumptions I thought were the most reasonable and plausible, not best case and not worst case. Those assumptions are that the beverage curve shifts 2/3 of the way back to where it was prior to the pandemic, that inflation expectations are as well anchored as they were in the decade leading up to the pandemic, but also shift down sort of exogenously halfway to where they were before the pandemic. And I also include a headline supply shock that takes 1 percentage point off inflation over the remainder of this year, the continuing decline we're seeing in gas prices. And now it's going to get harder for me to describe my results since, so I guess, what? Okay. I could do what I should have done before, which is thank the authors for the terrific paper, for their cooperation on this. And I think Willie Powell is here. Can you stand up, take a bow? Something like that. Did a lot of this work with me in a terrific way. This is sort of roughly where it was 3 years ago, which I think was the main message of your paper, Bob. I mean, I could try to talk. The problem is it's really all like describing
Well,
results
if you have a laptop or, iPad or something, you can go to the website. I think the slides, I think the slides are on the website, aren't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
everything is on the website.
Oh,
Okay, got it. That's great.
Oh, that's great, good.
okay. I hope the paper's wrong. I will tell you some things about slack variables, measuring inflation, give you my quibbles, and then talk about the policy implications with hope is not a strategy. I went through this slide already. These were the choose your own adventure assumptions that I chose to make. When you do those choose your own adventure assumptions, you're towards the optimistic end of the spectrum of what the authors showed. If you had the FOMC's path, you would end up with 3.74 median inflation. If you had the IMF's path with the 5% unemployment rate, you'd get down to 2.9. If you had Larry's path of 7.5, you'd overshoot the target by a little bit. In median inflation space, you want 2.5 in order to hit 2 on the PCE. If you invert this and ask the question of, under these assumptions, what unemployment rate would you need to hit a 2% inflation target, or 2.5% in this space, you would need the unemployment rate to rise to 6.4 and stay there for 2 years, and that would be enough to drive the inflation rate down to 6.5%. So that's what I viewed as a scary result, and that's building in a set of assumptions that I think are reasonable, but maybe, if anything, on the optimistic end of the spectrum. Now let me talk about some of what we learned from all of this. There's a lot of different measures of labor market slack. If you look prior to the pandemic, there's not a lot of difference between them, and there's not a lot of reason to choose one versus the other. Last year, a huge gap opened up between openings and something like the unemployment rate, and then the prime age employment rate, which people had been attracted to a couple years ago, was telling a different story. they're still telling a very different stories now. If you look at job openings per unemployed, you're 3 standard deviations above the pre-pandemic value for it. You're just in an extraordinary, extraordinary tight place. You don't see anything resembling that tightness in the unemployment rate and the like. Which of these variables is the best? Willie and I had done something that the authors cited, and we actually prefer unemployed per job opening, an inversion of it. Now, what functional form you put that in, for example, if you enter the inverse of that, you get back to the same thing the authors have, and they have a cubic and all of that. But if you're trying to predict median inflation, that's a better predictor than most other things. People talk about this being unstable. The meaning of job openings changes over time, but it's a lot like unemployment. You have to be willing to fill the job a month later. You have to be actively searching for someone. And the meaning of unemployment changes over time too. And Phillips curves don't have some time invariant natural rate built into them. If anything, this appears to be more stable, not less stable, than the unemployment rate, and it's much more stable than the employment rate. A second thing is this paper and some of the things it sent me back to read and some of the work I did convinced me that our best measure of underlying inflation, by a large stretch, is median CPI. Whatever measure of slack you're trying to use, if you're predicting different measures of inflation, and you can see this lots of different ways, you get a much higher R-squared with median inflation. That seems to be the thing that is measuring tightness in labor markets and how they're manifesting themselves. That gap between core and median is even larger in the PCE space, where core PCE is quite hard to predict with the labor market. Median PCE is much more predictable. Median CPI has other benefits. It's less volatile from month to month. It's about just as good a univariate predictor of future inflation as core inflation. And so every month, this is what I'm going to be looking at more right now. And right now, that's scary, because while core inflation has moderated, median inflation has continued to pick up. And if you look at what the Fed is focused on, core PCE over the last 3 months was 4.3%. Median PCE was 6.6%. So they're going in different directions. So now coming to the quibbles. The biggest quibble I have is the interpretation of headline shocks. The authors have the difference between the mean CPI and the median CPI as a headline shock. You want to think of something like volatile gasoline prices or volatile car prices. They don't explicitly say that it's a supply shock, but I think sort of the body language in the paper and the way people would most likely read it is that it's a supply shock. They show that it's very well explained by a set of variables, including things like the New York Fed's Global Supply Chain Pressure Index. The biggest improvement in supply chains we've ever had in this country prior to the pandemic was in the second half of 2008. I think that tells us that when we look at supply chain pressures, we're probably not just looking at demand, we're looking jointly at supply and demand. Another thing that explains this headline shock in the author's paper that they interpret, I think again, more as supply, not exactly, but a little bit more as supply than demand, is goods. This is something where I think people have been sort of off their rockers in the way they talk about the topic. You look at the increased spending on goods, it wasn't during the lockdowns everyone went and bought goods. It was when people got checks, everyone went and bought goods. The big increase in goods spending happened when people got their checks. It's continued, and it happened precisely as the economy was reopening very quickly as service spending was rising. So this is not a shift from service spending to goods spending. This is fiscal stimulus possibly interacting with with what was going on in the economy. You see the same thing across countries. The United States looked a lot like other countries in 2020. In 2021, the U.S. economy was opening up much faster than European economies. Services were rising faster than European economies, and we had an explosion in goods spending. You don't see anything like it. So goods, to me, is much more demand, fiscal policy fueled demand, than it is something caused by the pandemic. That relates to the next thing, which is they estimate the impact of the American Rescue Plan on inflation and find a really, really tiny impact in 2021. It's the blue part of the stacked bars. And find a really large impact in 2022. That's because of the lag structure in the model, where inflation depends on the average of V over U over the previous year. So in some sense, it can't, in their model, add very much to inflation in April, May, or June. But we know that nominal demand skyrocketed in the second and third quarters of 2021. The real economy kept up pretty well, but not miraculously with nominal demand. So of course, there were price increases. And I don't have time to do justice to this, but I think it's better to think about inflation in a circumstance like this. Don't think of what stimulus does to the labor market and labor market does to inflation. Think of what stimulus does to nominal demand. Think of how much real supply can go up, and the difference between those is inflation. And by Q3, you had demand that was 1 to 5 points higher than what it normally would be, depending on what multipliers you're using. Of course, supply couldn't keep up. I don't really care what happened in the labor market. Prices are going to have to go up. Finally, I want to talk about what I see as the policy implications of all of this. I hope the paper is wrong. I sincerely hope the paper is wrong. But hope isn't a strategy. I think we've had a certain amount last year of hope for the best, plan for the best approach to monetary policy. So what matters here? First of all, de-anchoring is costly, so be aggressive. At 0.9, you're very de-anchored. Your unemployment rate needs to go up to 8.2. If you can revert to 2.2, your unemployment rate only needs to go up to 4.9. The more you can do to keep expectations, which is going to depend on your path of policy and the way you talk, the tougher you sound, the more likely you are in those low unemployment rates that you need rather than the high unemployment rates you need. But the second implication is I think you need to be willing to tolerate some meaningful increase in unemployment, which the Fed is at this point. But the last thing is I think we should seriously consider raising the inflation target to something like 3%. I think ex ante that would have been the better number. I'm a little bit reluctant to say do it because it's too painful not to. But the paper has just an extraordinary nonlinearity in it. If you want to get to 4% inflation, you can do it with 3.7% unemployment. There's some reasons I think that may not be true. If you want to get to 3% inflation, now you need 4% unemployment. You want to get that last percentage point of inflation, now you need unemployment all the way to 6.4. And so if you look at those sacrifice ratios, the sacrifice ratio starts quite low, and then it gets higher and higher and higher. Squeezing that last half point of inflation out is going to be very painful. And so whether the Fed declares victory at 3 and says we're doing opportunistic deflation, whether it says we're changing the inflation target, how to manage and sequence all of that when you're trying to keep expectations under control is very tricky. And I don't think I know the exact answer, but this to me is motivation for thinking hard about that exact answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Next discussant is Aysegul Sahin.
So I move with this, or
First of all, there's one more. Yeah.
there's a
Thank you for inviting me back here. It's a great pleasure to be here and talk about this interesting paper. So the main focus of the paper, as you have seen, is to understand the drivers of the recent surge in inflation, and by getting informed from what happened, to try to understand what will happen. And the main takeaway is that, as Jason referred to, this sort of kind of supply chain disruptions and energy prices and their pass-through into core account for bulk of what we have seen. And since we expect them to normalize, the future will depend on labor market adjustment and inflation expectations. So my comments will focus on 4 different things. First, I want to talk about the regression framework and what I learned from it and why I'm concerned about that. The tightness measure, is this going to solve all our problems about the labor market? And the answer is going to be no. And I will complain a little bit about ignoring 1970s because the paper starts in 1985. And then scenario analysis, I will argue that what they're doing goes against unemployment dynamics equation and I will suggest my way forward in terms of inflation research. And there are not many equations in the paper, which made it harder for me to read. That's why I'm going to put a couple of them. So we start by observing that total inflation is core inflation plus the rest, which the authors refer to as headline inflation shocks. But they're not actually shocks. They are not identified as shocks. They're just a difference between total and core inflation. And then the first step runs the Phillips curve regression. And left-hand side is core minus long-term inflation expectations. Labor market is summarized by vacancy to unemployment ratio. And we have headline shocks. They're very liberal with quadratic terms, which improves the fit, but also raises concerns about overfitting. And then we move to the second step. Then we have this pi h, and we regress it on a couple of things that we have been talking about. Energy price shocks, auto price shocks, backlogs of work, good share of consumption. But again, these are, as Jason alluded to, all endogenous to shifts in demand, shifts in composition of demand, labor supply constraint, and willingness to work. And in a way, they're just a difference between their prices and median inflation, so they're not identified as shocks in the way that we do with oil prices. And then we put this all together. We start from the second step, we fit in things, and then look at how we can decompose the surge in inflation that we have seen. And it looks like most of it is energy prices and these supply side variables that account for it. But if you look at recent periods, vacancy to unemployment ratio and expected inflation become more important, and this motivates the author's assumption that the third and the fourth will normalize and future will depend on the rest. So is this a reasonable approach? So the approach is supply-side variables, which are also affected by demand, affect headline shocks. They enter with labor market tightness into the Phillips curve. So there is this orthogonality assumption that makes it okay to run these consecutive regressions. But what I want to argue is that there's actually interaction between the first step regressors and the second step ones. And I want to give you an example about this. We know that this period is characterized by a simultaneous growth in wages and import prices that especially has gone up a lot for industrial supplies. So now let's think about looking at this at the 6-digit industrial level, because we have measures that we can look at. We can calculate input prices for 6-digit industries using input-output tables of the BEA. And we can also look at wages. If I look at this in 2013-19, it's a cloud. There is no correlation between wage changes and input price changes. And this kind of also motivated this analysis that labor share is declining simply because firms have been staying away from labor and substituting towards labor-intensive imported goods. But now let's look at it in 2021. So what happened is, as input prices went up, wages also went up in these industries. And if you actually put this in a GE framework with a reasonable elasticity of substitution, what you find is that 1/3 of the wage increases that we've seen can be explained by this shift from imported inputs into domestic labor. So in a way, they are not really orthogonal, but it also suggests that if these headline inflation shocks normalize, then what's going to happen is that labor market is going to cool off because instead of amplification, we are just going to get attenuation. So my second comment is about vacancy to unemployment ratio. Is this going to solve all our Phillips curve related problems? I see Steve laughing. So economists have been long looking for a slack measure, and this room has seen a lot. And what I did is, instead of watching Netflix, I did my favorite activity. I read 1970s Brookings Papers. George Perry, he writes, it's one of the very first Brookings Papers. For instance, many, including myself, argue that what matters is the difference between available jobs and available employees. So the concept is out there. And I discussed 2 years ago a very nice paper by Catherine, John, and Lee, where they developed a way more sophisticated measure of tightness. So, but then we knew about it. Why didn't we use it? And the answer is on the right-hand side. The data refused to fit the 1970s. And let's look at it why. So as you can see here, 1970s, the great inflation, tightness is 0.7. Now, this huge spike that is helping us explain another huge spike gives us 1.06. But what's more informative to me is that during 2015 to 19, where we had really stable inflation, this measure was higher than 1970s. But of course, there are measurement challenges. This is a combination of many different data sources. We moved from help wanted to online to establishment surveys. But again, this suggests that this is not really a solution. What we are doing is essentially we are picking episode-specific labor market indicators. Missing great deflation puzzle, we argued we should use short-term unemployment. Then inflation didn't pick up, we use EPOP ratio. And now we find something that picks up and we use that. So if we enter into a recession, are we going to go back and use short-term unemployment? So that's why I think for consistency, we have to stick to one indicator that we know very well and try to understand its trends and behavior instead of switching between different indicators. So my third point is about the scenario analysis. So the authors assume a log linear relationship between tightness and unemployment. Then they take the unemployment scenarios, they back out tightness, they go back to their Phillips curve, and then look at what happens to inflation. The crucial assumption here is that there is a one-to-one mapping between unemployment and tightness. So one equation that we are not allowed to disagree is how unemployment evolves. Unemployment changes because people flow in at a rate ST, they flow out at a rate FT. And search and matching frictions imply a matching function that works through vacancy to unemployment ratio, the tightness measure, and it affects the job finding or the outflow rate. And if you think about the Beveridge curve, the way Pissarides, Alpimaitis, Ragnar, or recently Figura and Governor Roller thought about, unemployment is determined by the inflow rate and the outflow rate. Who cares about the outflow rate if nobody is unemployed? So the analysis here ignores the potential changes in S. But I want to argue that soft versus hard landing is all about S. So this is the inflow rate, and you see its trend, which obviously creates problems if you don't want to think about time variation in the natural rate. So this is the so-called soft landing, 1990s. S barely picked up. People didn't lose their jobs at a very high rate. And our textbook hard landing, this went up. And this is what Bob calls as unemployment goes up like a rocket. And moreover, research has shown that monetary policy first affects the inflow rate. And then what happens later is very similar. The outflow rate goes down, and this is the part that's affected by vacancy to unemployment ratio. So I believe that if we want to talk about soft versus hard landing, we cannot ignore this margin. So what's the way forward? I think in order to have better quantification of uncertainty, be more transparent, and be able to implement counterfactuals, and try to put structural meanings to the regression coefficients that we get, we have to think about a model-based approach that admits rich macroeconomic data. And we should not switch indicators the way we see fit, depending on the developments. And a couple of examples, obviously I have my own work and Shebnem's work with her co-authors, and I want to show you one example. This was a Brookings paper that we have written a couple of years ago. So I want to estimate a forward-looking new Keynesian Phillips curve. That's the outcome of a new Keynesian model. You might not agree with the model, but you will be able to see the levers and what's affecting what. And it uses unemployment flows, and it incorporates these trends and this asymmetric behavior that you have seen. It uses different measures of wages. We have been discussing which measure of wages or which measure of inflation is better. Why not use a framework where we can put all of them and let the model extract information from them? And inflation expectations. And to summarize, what you get, you don't need to change the slope of the Phillips curve. You can use the unemployment rate, which is the most reliable, longest running time series that we have, and you don't need to throw away 1970s, not only because we have amazing Brookings paper, but also it's the only other period with high inflation, supply chain problems, and changing labor market dynamics. So what you get is the trend unemployment rate reading off from demographics tells me that we have a very low unemployment potential, 4.2. However, the natural rate, which is consistent with stable inflation, stands at 7% now. So it's a high number, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to go there and stay there, because natural rate is a time-varying object. And as the economy evolves, as the supply chain problems get better, we will see the labor market changing, and it will lower that. And is this like the 70s? In a way, yes, but in a way, no. Why? Because the frictions that affect labor market dynamics were very different than now. Before, unemployment rate, the frictional unemployment rate was much higher. Now labor market actually works at a much higher efficiency than 1970s. So let me then conclude by saying that if you follow an approach like this, where you're able to discipline the data in light of a model, you could actually then get something that looks like tightness. So the black line here is the underlying wage growth that the model reads off of all the developments that you put in it. And the orange one is the job filling rate, which we know is a measure of a tight labor market. And without knowing what tightness is, underlying wage growth captures exactly like a mirror image of the other one. So thank you for asking me to discuss the paper, timely and thought-provoking. In terms of regression framework, I find it hard to understand how much uncertainty there is. And I'm not a big fan of the repeated consecutive regression framework. And I love the tightness measure, but I really cannot accept ignoring the 70s. And in terms of scenario analysis, I think we should make sure to bring in the importance of inflow rate back to the picture if you want to discuss soft versus hard landing. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get some questions up here. So we're going to promote, maybe you could promote. Yep, okay. So we're going to promote some people there, and they'll go around the room. I'm going to actually take editor's prerogative here and just make one very quick comment that relates the paper to iSchool's comments, which I thought were fantastic. The whole thing, I think, is fantastic. I think that the way this is being done, it's essentially mathematically the same thing, whether you use U or V over U, that it's just a matter of a functional form. So your V over U has one slack parameter that changes over time, which is the elevation of the beverage curve. Your U star has one slack parameter, which is U. Their beverage curve is just a function of U, so it's a functional form issue with one slack parameter that changes over time. If you take how much your slopes of the beverage curve and your numbers on the beverage curve, you back out today's NAIRU, it's 6.4. Well, I got plus or minus reading off the curves, and you get 7. So I think these are just two different ways to talk about it, and really this is just a functional form question for the unemployment rate. So that's just my little comment. And Jason, do I get, no, I'm not going to, no. Okay, Bob Gordon.
I had one comment on the paper and 3 comments on Jason's excellent discussion. On the paper, again, about functional forms, you have a cubic that has this curvature, which implies that when V over U is unusually low, we get incredibly rapid disinflation. But that's exactly what did not happen in 2009 and 2010. So I don't know where you're getting this curvature from, unless you're imposing it, because if anything killed the old-fashioned Phillips curve over the last 20 years, it was the failure of inflation to really slow down and even go negative in 2009 and 2010. On Jason, first, I think it's really important to emphasize that the Fed has the choice between a target of 3% or a target of 2%. And going for 2% will be incredibly costly, and that should be much more in the discussion in the public arena than it is. Jason's assumptions are really optimistic. And even though he thinks this is a scary paper, it becomes more scary if you dabble in Jason's assumptions. First of all, he thinks that inflation expectations can get re-anchored to pre-pandemic. I think that's absolutely out of the question. After all, expectations are ultimately adaptive. And all of the inflation that has been happening, just take core, just take median, whatever you want, leave out headline, is going to affect expectations going into the future as 4.5%, 5% inflation goes on and on and on. The other optimistic assumption Jason made was that the V over U relationship is going to go 2/3 back to where it was before 2019. And again, we don't really understand why V over U is so high now. It may have something to do with the Great Resignation, the Great Retirement. There are reasons for it, but it is a new world. And just to assume away the arrival of the new world is, I think, incredibly optimistic. So sell your stocks, folks. I think we're in for a difficult ride.
Okay, I think if we've done this right, we can go to Jim Hamilton, who's been elevated, but I don't see his picture on the screen, which gives me some pause. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go. Yeah.
Wait, Jim, he needs to unmute.
Unmute, Jim. Oh, shoot. All right, Jim, we're going to come back to you. We got to figure this out. You should be able to unmute. Okay, so we're just going to go. Justin, go first.
There's a little bit of a sense of deja vu because I remember sitting in this room 11 years ago when Larry Ball presented the paper trying to explain why inflation was so high. We're doing that again. And 3 years ago, Steve Davis actually brought up a comment I made at the time, and it's the only time I said something smart about the Phillips curve, and it seems relevant. The point is just the number of degrees of freedom we've got in estimating these things. It's especially relevant in this paper, which I think is the point Ajagul was getting at. Inflation could be headline, core, or median. In this case, we're using the Cleveland Fed weighted median. It can be the PCE deflator, CPI, or the GDP deflator, in this case CPI. Inflation expectations can be modelled as rational, adaptive, or anchored. In this case, we're not modelling them, we're measuring them. We can measure them using different surveys such as Livingston, the SPF, Blue Chip, or the Michigan survey. Back in 2011, we used to look at inflation expectations 1 year ahead. Now we're looking at them 10 years ahead. Different measures of slack can be used from the unemployment rate to the output gap to capacity utilisation. Well, in this case, we're using V over U, which wasn't in that list. The long-term unemployed can be included or not. Coefficients can be fixed or allowed to change over time. The lag structure can be adjusted and non-linearities can be assumed or ignored. Way back in 2011, I didn't quite realise we were going to get to the era of the cubic. It's the first cubic I've seen. Regime shifts can be invoked, and honestly, after the past 3 years, I'm finally happy to admit there probably was something going on. Supply shocks can be included, including shocks to food, energy, and import prices, as well as price controls. Now we apparently also add autos and supply chain backlogs. And then we may or may not want to control for productivity or the labour share. And so the only forecast I've ever made that was accurate was I said at the time, in the end there are more degrees of freedom than there are observations, which means whatever path inflation might take, some smart researcher could plausibly claim to have found a Phillips curve that accounts for that path. And it's interesting, I actually went back and I looked at Larry's 2011 paper, because when I teach the Phillips curve, it's really easy. It's like, what is inflation, what are expectations, what's slack, and what are the shocks? This paper has the same measure of inflation that Larry used in 2011. It has a different measure of expectations, a different measure of slack, a different measure of shocks, a different functional form, a different sample, and a different view on parameter stability. So at this point, it feels like if this were an applied micro conference, we'd say, well, we should just look at the pre-registration plan. And in some sense, I kind of mean that seriously. It would be a lot easier to buy this, given the number of degrees of freedom, if we had something that approximated pre-registration plans in macro.
Let's try to go to Jim Hamilton. I think you're in charge of your mute at this point, Jim.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. I want to say with great papers, great discussion. And I basically was going to elaborate on a point that Aisha and Jim and Bob were all making, which is the ratio of V to U is a nonlinear function of the primitive variables V and U. And then we want to take a nonlinear function of that nonlinear function, namely a cubic function of V over U. And I wondered if you explored that nonlinearity at a more primitive level, something like linear and log V minus log U, a functional form that might have been suggested by the kinds of equations that Aisha was showing. But really enjoyed this. Thank you.
Okay, Bob Hall? Yes, has something coming out, yeah.
Done. Okay, so on the one hand, from the Mortensen and Pisarides point of view, which an area I've been practicing in, getting V over U to be a measure of tightness is what that line of thought used from the start, and it makes a lot of sense. But during the pandemic, there's a special problem with V over U because V does not include, okay, V does not include laid-off workers who are subject to recall, whereas there were a large number of workers expecting recall and receiving recall even as early as May of 2020. So you have to strip the U out of the ones who are waiting for recall, and that's doable. And that gives much more sensible results for any test. I'll say again, as I say so many times, the beverage curve is not a structural object. Aisha did a nice job of illustrating why that's the case. So I won't elaborate that here, but we get so focusing on a corrected V over U is the way to go. At the bigger picture, though, it seems to me that in my book, inflation is the result of buyers and sellers agreeing on higher prices. And it's hard to see any indication. People in the I.O. are just baffled by the way that macroeconomists think about prices. And especially all these very fancy autoregressive specifications in which something happens to inflation, and then there's a spike in inflation, for example, and then later that causes further inflation. So it's just a fancy. We've forgotten that inflation is basically when buyers and sellers agree on higher prices. And I think it's time to go back to that.
Sounds like the microeconomists need to take time series. Emi Nakamura?
I just wanted to echo everyone's sort of appreciation for this session. I thought the paper was really fascinating, and I also thought the discussions were very interesting, and particularly this point about even at Brookings itself, how we've been thinking about different variables to put in the Phillips curve over time, and the challenges of identification in the time series context, which I think fundamentally lead to that problem. The question I wanted to ask about is, I guess, about one additional variable, which you sort of touched on briefly, but didn't go into great detail, in particularly in your empirical specification. And that's the role of sectoral shocks and relative price shocks. So some mention has been made about the parallels between the current episode and the 1970s. And one particular parallel, if you look at the data, is a greater amount of relative price variability. And my sense is that this is part of the reason for a belief at one point in time that some of the inflation would be transitory, that there would be some reduction in the severity of these relative price shocks. This is, of course, connected with the issues of sectoral shift and supply shocks, but it's a slightly different take on this. So I know that you've worked on this before, and I'd just be curious to hear more about what you think about sectoral shocks, relative price shocks, what role they played in the inflation that happened, but also particularly how that affects your projections going forward.
Maurice, do you still have your hand up?
Yeah.
Maury Upsfeld?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to come back to something Jason said in his remarks that I think is really important and might have gone by people. because it relates to a general discomfort I have with pushing the Phillips curve too far in situations like the one we've just been in. Recently, in connection with a CEPR paper I did with Yuri Gorodnichenko and some colleagues on financing the war in Ukraine, I had occasion to read Keynes's book on how to pay for the war, and it's a remarkable book. And basically what he says there is, look, we're not in the, he doesn't self-cite the general theory, which was admirable, and he says, forget about the world of the Great Depression. We're not in that world. We're not in a high unemployment world. We will be in a world where all resources are going to be utilized, and maybe we can get a little bit more out of people working overtime, but we're basically at full capacity with very harsh supply constraints. And in that world, if we want to avoid inflation, then nominal demand has to match nominal supply at the given price level. And if nominal demand rises, prices will rise. And he has a theory about how equilibrium occurs, which I don't have to go into. But I think that's basically kind of what Jason is saying, and that's very close to the kind of world we were in when we emerged from COVID. It's close to the world we were in when we emerged from World War I or World War II. And it's the world that, Ukraine finds itself in today. So, I would just urge a sort of broader perspective on how we think about, price level determination in situations where, we're not in the standard sort of Phillips curve region of unemployment.
Austin Goolsbee?
Yeah, thanks. A couple of concerns I guess I would have coming at it from a micro side is that this relationship is such a reduced form relationship that feel like there are things floating around, some of which are in measurement and some of which are just the fundamental. Are we talking about supply or are we talking about demand? So on measurement, I think comparing across decades for V has problems, but for you as well. I mean, all of the work about the rise of disability and people that would, in the 80s, for example, be clearly counted as unemployed, who clearly count as out of the labor force now. I think it's worth thinking a little bit about that issue. The second is, if there's going to be a fundamental relationship between wages and something, that something's got to include at least a little bit on what's happening to productivity. And productivity's gone wild and crazy over the COVID period. You saw big increases in productivity at the beginning of COVID, and then now lately big drops in productivity. So that clearly should have some implication for what's happening to prices for a given level of demand. And then this third is just this aspect of it matters a lot, as both the paper and Jason are hinting at. Is this the Phillips curve in a way is what will the Fed have to do to unemployment for a given supply curve? If you think these were supply shocks, then really the fundamental question about the forecast for inflation is, what is the chance that we reverse these supply shocks? And if the supply shock was a shock to the supply of labor, to the service sector, what's the chance that that reverses? How much is energy? I think, Jason's right to highlight some of the measures of supply chain tightness might be measures of demand and not supply, but it seems like it will make a huge difference. The fact that just before COVID, we have an unemployment rate of 3.5% with very little inflation, and that inflation ignites in the U.S. context when the unemployment rate is 6%. It's not really about nonlinearity. That feels like a strong indication that there was some supply shock. And Bob Hall's points about what's the nature of a vacancy seem like it will make it hard to apply this type of analysis to any of the countries of Europe.
Claudia Saab?
Thank you. So I want to emphasize what Austin was just saying. I'm really concerned about using the Phillips curve to think about inflation when inflation clearly right now is driven by large supply shocks and large demand shocks and the mixture of the two. Going back and reading Ball and Mankiw, 2002, I mean, there is a really legitimate concern about how do we deal with the Phillips curve when there are supply shocks. Now, I think what they're doing in this paper with the median CPI and kind of decomposing that difference from headline, that's getting there. And you see some of the global supply chain shocks, the autos. What is really, I think, missing or not as much there as I'd like to see is thinking about the labor market and the shortages. We just went through a pandemic. The scariest research I've looked at recently was analysis of the 1918 influenza pandemic and what it did to the labor market and how long it took it to heal, because a pandemic creates a labor shortage. People died, people are too sick to work, or they're caring for people. So I just think that's a piece, and it shows up in these like tightness measures too, that I'm really concerned that we lean too hard on something, a Phillips curve, that's much better specified in demand shocks now, and that could really lead us astray on what has to happen or what we think needs to happen in unemployment. So that's like comment/question, because I know Larry Lawrence has done a lot on this. And I will end with Jason's quip, hopelessness is not a strategy either, right? So just want to put that in there. Oh, wait. Thanks.
Rick Mishkin? You need to, I think the unmute is on.
I just unmuted it. So I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm actually a COVID rebounder right now. I'm actually want to point out that I think that we should be even less optimistic, actually quite pessimistic about what the Fed has to do in order to get inflation down. I think the first point is that the Fed really has made some very serious mistakes over the past year, and they're now just trying to do catch up. And there are two really key mistakes. One is they moved away from their preemptive strategy, which I think was a huge mistake. And the second mistake is that they adopted something that made sense, which is average inflation targeting. But by not specifying the horizon, that actually weakens the inflation target. So both of those, I think, make a very strong case that inflation expectations are going to be less anchored than would have happened otherwise. And that causes me to be quite pessimistic. And it actually argues that the Fed, in order to basically get credibility back, has to be even tougher than it otherwise would be. And so the Fed has actually shifted really 180 degrees and is being much tougher in its rhetoric. But I think that they're going to have to keep it up. And the bottom line is that the recession is probably going to be a serious recession. And then will the Fed blink, just as they did in 1980? And so I'm actually quite pessimistic. And unfortunately, I think the Fed is between a rock and a hard place and has to be on the tougher side. And that actually is a pretty scary scenario, but that's where we are.
Larry Meyer.
Thank you. This was really a great session, from the paper through the discussions through the comments around the table. So I'm very happy. I've been wrestling with this question, and my views have been evolving. I'm just going to put on the table some considerations that may or may not have been included in the various discussions we've heard. The first is a change in the inflation regime. This is sort of critical, from a low inflation to a high inflation regime. One of the things that's important about that is, and the importance of short-run inflation expectations in wage bargaining. What the heck are long-term inflation expectations doing in there? And in the regime shift, short-run inflation expectations become much more important in the high inflation regime. A high NIRU. Yeah, I think I'm persuaded from the empirical research and are raising my own estimate. And nonlinear Phillips curve, I think I'm paying more attention to that. And finally, we have to grapple with adaptive expectations. Come on, that's the whole point. Are inflation expectations going to become adaptive or more adaptive? That's what kills us if it happens. So, my thoughts.
Ricardo Rich.
Thank you. I wanted to comment and similar to the previous question on expectations. I mean, you have at least three choices among the many choices that are to pick. You can go professionals versus households. you can go median versus a mean or some adjusted mean to account for skewness standard deviation. You can go 5 years versus 1 year. Now, if you choose professional forecasts, problem with that is one, as my paper 12 months ago Brookings showed, they're essentially useless in predicting changes in regime. They were useless in the 80s, they were useless in the 60s, and because they're very constant, as the author showed. If you go to median, you miss the whole skewness variance, and again, those tend to be much more stable than almost any other measure of central tendency, which may be a good idea when you think noise dominates, but when there's some signal expectations, you focusing on median really means there's very little movement. And third, in the last year, it's really striking how the gap between the long run and the short run expectations has become extremely high. And the theoretical case for why it should be the long run versus the short run in the Phillips curve is just a little fuzzy. I mean, you go following the great work by Joe Hazel and Emmy, that you can use a long run inflation expectations. Well, but that would come with also using expectations of future long run unemployment, and you're going through a very short term unemployment measure of the current and the past together with a long run. Either way, your choices are always towards between the SPF median in 10 years to the expectations measure that moves the least above all. And so you're finding that didn't count very much in the past, even if it may count in the future. So the question and suggestion is at least move to the Michigan 5 year as you have in the appendix. Although in the appendix you show it's robust to the parameters, but not to the calculations and estimates. That would be an improvement. But I would go a little further and go Michigan 5 year mean or some mix of Michigan 5 year mean and Michigan 1 year mean. On that account, an optimistic comment just to combat Jason's pessimism. There's been a quite dramatic change if you look at the Michigan mean 5 year in the last 3 months. Actually, there's a big re-anchoring of expectations as the Fed and Jay Powell, as the Fed in its communication has started being much tougher. And so I think there's a little bit of a source of optimism when it comes to expectations, combating a little of the previous comment in Bob Gordon's on how the adapt been doing. If you don't look at the median, but look at the mean, you get worried 9 months ago, as I was, but you actually get some source of optimism looking at the last 3 months. Thank you.
Okay, Alan Blinder.
All right, you hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay, just quickly on the beverage curve, whether the beverage curve is structural. One of the things I'm wondering about, and I heard about this is an honest question, I don't know the answer, is that these online boards, I'm forgetting their names, Indeed and others, have basically changed the ease of posting a vacancy, and there may be duplication among different vacancies. So it makes me wonder, I don't know, this is an honest question, maybe somebody knows more about how much we should trust the vacancy numbers relative to the past. The second point is not a question, but just pointing out, this paper, by the way, I think the paper and the discussions were great. This paper takes the definition of core, or the purpose of core, to be what's most predictable. That's not what the concept was invented for. I remember the old days, Alan Meltzer used to accuse people like me of defining inflation by excluding everything whose price went up. That was never the idea. The idea was to focus on what aggregate demand, mostly monetary policy, might do something about. What sticks in this paper about that is automobiles. I mean, when you think about how monetary policy works, about the second thing you think of is interest rates on auto loans and therefore the automobile market as quintessentially something the Fed can do something about. The last is just a very quick comment that I'm surprised that Larry Meyer or Rick didn't mention. Both Jason and, somebody else, Bob Gordon mentioned, wouldn't it be better if we had a 3% Fed target than a 2% target? I just want to assure everybody they're not changing from 2 to 3.
Okay, you guys get like 2 minutes.
Thank you. That's great, overwhelming. In 2 minutes, starting from the big picture. I mean, point taken from Ayshagal and Justin about the checkered history of the Phillips curve. I mean, Jim actually had a line in a paper I like to quote from some years ago about the history of Phillips curve research as brilliant specifications that break down shortly after publication. And I mean, it's a serious issue, but I'm not sure what else we can do other than to sort of keep working on it. But, point taken. Also, sort of on the big picture, this is also sort of echoing something Jim said. I think Aysegul has this, quite different sort of framework of a structural model based on the new Keynesian Phillips curve. And like we would say, let 1,000 flowers bloom as far as different methodologies. It is noteworthy that it seems like you get some very similar messages, like the output inflation trade-off has shifted adversely by about 2 percentage points. I mean, just on specific things, a few people about what are these headline shocks and is this really supply shocks? We should probably clarify this in the paper. These are movements in inflation coming from relative price shocks in certain industries, and they can be either supply or demand. And oil, cut off is supply. In April 2020, we had a 95% fall in hotel prices. That wasn't because of a good supply shock in the hotel industry. That was people didn't want to go to hotels. So it's so for better or for worse, we don't really try to decompose supply versus demand. Our decomposition is how much is the aggregate labor market feeding into core inflation, and then how much are these big relative price shocks that add on to headline inflation. And then just finally, and related to that, the question of how these things, and I think this is also, if I understood correctly, Aysegul brought this up, what's the relationship between V over U and the headline shocks, and maybe they're influenced by similar things. And I think that might well be true. I mean, people have suggested, for example, that the overheating of the economy, helped contribute to supply chain problems. It was hard to supply all this stuff people wanted to buy. I'm not sure. We can maybe talk. I didn't quite understand the need for an orthogonality restriction. I think it's okay if these things, to some degree, are driven by the same factors. In any case, do we have time for one final slide? No. Okay. In any case, they're actually not too correlated empirically.
Okay. Thanks. That's great. This has been a great session.
I have an announcement. The Queen died 1 hour ago.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Okay, so we come back at 2:30.
Yeah. We come back at 2:30.
If everyone could take their seats, we're ready to start the next paper. The presenter will be Jonathan Parker on economic impact payments and household spending during the pandemic.
All right, thank you very much. This is joint work. This is joint work. Jake Schild and David Johnson are here. Laura Earhart emailed me this morning to say her plane was delayed, so somehow she's not here from the BLS. This does not represent the views of any of the institutions with which we are affiliated necessarily. So this paper is about the economic impact payments that were sent out in 3 waves, starting the April after the onset of the pandemic in March of 2020. There was a second wave of economic impact payments sent out primarily, almost exclusively in January of 2021, and then a third and final wave primarily in March, a little bit in April of 2021. So over basically a period of 13 months, a typical household of 4 with 2 adults and 2 children would have received checks amounting to $11,400 from the federal government. The checks were distributed broadly and at quite substantial fiscal cost, but they reached a vast majority of Americans. And what I want to do in this paper is address basically 2 questions. The first question is, first of all, let me just say that these payments are modeled on or built upon previous payments which were sent out to households in 2001 and 2008, but for somewhat different economic reasons and certainly in a very different economic situations. In 01 and 08, the payments were explicitly stimulus rebates or stimulus payments. In 2020 and 2021, they were economic impact payments. And I'm going to interpret them in this paper within the context of them not designed to stimulate the economy. In fact, to some extent, we were interested in shutting down the economy at the beginning. Instead, they were distributed with a different purpose, that of pandemic insurance, rather than economic stimulus. So I'm going to ask basically 2 questions in this paper. The first one is, did the economic stimulus payments provide widespread, urgently needed pandemic insurance, which was certainly the motivation for the first payment, and then maybe also somewhat motivations for numbers 2 and 3, but perhaps less explicitly so, and perhaps not so, but that was certainly stated for the first ones. And I'm going to investigate that question by asking whether they were largely and rapidly spent upon arrival. Were they filling urgent pandemic needs for people who were at home, incomes had stopped, and needed money to spend? And I'm also going to evaluate a sub-question of did they have different payment or consumption rates than the previous ones in 01 and 08 did. And I'm going to do that by using exactly the same methodology and same data set to look at both of the experiments and compare MPCs. But most of the analysis I'm going to focus and present to you is going to use what I think of as the best framework I could produce for studying the propensity to spend of these economic impact payments and focusing on the bigger question. And then the second question is, can we identify a set of households for whom this was important pandemic insurance? And so for that, I'm going to look at households that entered the pandemic with little liquid wealth, so that losses would have hit their standard of living quite hard, and households who entered the pandemic with earnings from jobs that were potentially exposed to the pandemic based on their characteristics that would not allow them to work from home. And the main findings are basically twofold. First of all, the economic impact payments do not seem to have provided widespread, urgently needed pandemic insurance in the sense that the propensity to spend on them was rather low. So at the time of the pandemic, spending collapsed amongst a lot of households, and what I'm going to look at and see whether it collapsed less for households when they received insurance payments relative to those that didn't, or whether when they received more money relative to those that received less money. And what we see is that the typical spending response during the 3 months of receipt was 10% of the economic impact payment. And if you move to the final column, that rises to about 12% of the payment spent over the 3 months in which it arrived and the subsequent 3 months. That's for the first wave. By the second wave, that number was slightly lower, 8%, so that's January of 2021, and then accumulating to 15% once you add in the next 3 months. And for the third wave, I'm not going to talk about that too much. For the reasons we document in the paper, we're least confident in these numbers because the group of non-recipients we're worried about has a fair number of recipients in it. So I'm going to present the numbers up here, but I'm going to try and skip over them because we don't have a lot of confidence. We present the analysis, we did it, but there's reasons to be more doubtful of it. Those numbers are quite substantially higher than the spending responses in an economy that was hit not by a pandemic, but was hit by recessions in '01 and '08. This is '08, when it looked like a mild recession prior to the financial crisis. Those numbers were more like 40% or a small 12% during the 3 months of arrival for the '01 and '08 respectively, and over 3 months, the one that has an asterisk is driven by an outlier. That number might be quite a bit lower, or 40%. But more like 40%, whereas you can see that the spending, this is on Consumer Expenditure Survey, non-durables and services, which is about 44% of total CE spending. So they would not have widespread urgently needed relief, because perhaps the natural interpretation would be that the economic impact payments were distributed extremely broadly. The actual serious economic impacts of the pandemic were distributed relatively narrowly, phenomenally broadly relative to the typical recession when unemployment jumps to double digits, but double digit is still in the teens, and the total the employment rate is still very high. Never mind retirees and everyone else who was just not economically impacted by the pandemic. If anything, people were spending less and accumulating liquidity. They were not, the typical household was not in dire need of liquidity. That's a natural interpretation of these findings. The second point, we do find, however, that there's higher spending rates on both those who entered the pandemic with little liquid wealth and for those households, at least in response to the economic impact payment round one at the beginning of the pandemic, for those households that were unable to, who had labor earnings that probably could not be earned from home. So if you had exposed labor income, this check may have been filling a more substantial need for you. Okay. So this is the 3 rounds of the economic impact payment. The scales are all the same here. So you can see the different variations in amount across each wave of economic impact payments. You can also see one of the sources of variation we're going to exploit, which is that the amount of the check that you received depended both on the family structure that you had and on the income that you had. And our main analysis is going to measure the impact of the amount that you receive from the government as an economic impact payment as a percent of your typical amount of consumption dollars. So for low-income households, these were a much bigger deal than for low-consumption households, they were a much bigger deal than for higher consumption households. The second source of variation, which is very limited here, and as in the previous source of variation, absolutely not random, is, or not purely random, is variation over time. There is essentially no variation in the second wave of economic impact payments, which at least at the monthly level. And you can see relatively little variation in the first and third waves. The vast majority in each case went out during the first month. A success for the government in terms of getting money rapidly out the door. The core, or the sort of the baseline analysis, what Justin might call the pre-analysis plan, is to exactly mimic what I've done in the past in a number of papers on the exact same data set and run exactly the same regressions. So we do that, and that confirms the results that I'm going to talk largely to you today. The idea is to look whether the change in consumption that a household undergoes is affected by the receipt of the economic impact payment, so that people who get bigger payments or don't, or get payments at all have higher increases in consumption than people who don't during that same period. We're going to make 3 adjustments to deal with the pandemic situation and one econometric improvement, if you will, or at least relaxation of assumption. First of all, we're going to scale everything by typical household spending. So now the dependent variable is the change in consumption spending as a percent of typical household spending, so that you're going to compare similar look for similar percentage swings in households. And that means that the time effects here that absorb what's going on in the economy are in percentage terms across all the people. And given the volatility at this time in the pandemic, that's an important thing, and that scales much more naturally across the consumption distribution. Secondly, we're going to drop the maintained assumption in previous research that the propensity to spend doesn't change over time as the economic impact payment or stimulus payment arrives a few weeks later or a few weeks earlier. Earlier work had maintained a constant assumption. This is going to drop that assumption, so that, and that's been a focus of a recent econometric debate in the micro and applied econometrics literature. And finally, just because we have to. There's no good variation in timing here. We're going to focus much more heavily on variations in amount relative to typical spending. And so we're going to include in the group that we're looking at somewhat high-income households that are in the phase-out region or even have actually not getting an economic impact payment because they're high income, but throw out quite high-income households. So we're kind of hoping to look at similar households and use some variation in receipt and non-receipt. A bunch of households end up having payments that they only receive when they file their tax returns for a variety of different reasons, and that spending we're not looking at all. So it's just the spending around the main time these go out. And in fact, they'll be nice in the control group in the sense that they don't get the check until much later, and we can use them as control people to compare to. We're going to use the Consumer Expenditure Survey. Two of the co-authors on this paper were there, actually working on getting these questions on the survey and in conversations now nearly or more than 2 years ago. So the first main result, this shows in 3 panels of columns the share of the economic impact payment. The first row shows spent during the 3 months of receipt, during which it's received, on increasingly broad measures of spending in the Consumer Expenditure Survey. So looking at the broad non-durables, or all CE non-durables goods and services, that's a number of 23%, the non-durables number is the number that I showed you on the first slide. That's about a 10% spending. You can see that there's a substantially larger amount spent on durable once we include durables. That rises to 23%. From a stimulus perspective, that's great in the sense that that's more dollars out the door. From a maintaining the standard of living perspective, you have to remember that durable goods represent a purchase now for a long stream of consumption. So it's not like it's filling a big consumption need or a big hole there, although I benefited from my new running machine. The panel B shows the same set of statistics for the economic impact payment 2. And again, I don't want you to focus too hard on 3, but just notice that the data that we have shows no spending response. I think that's probably unrealistically low, but we're certainly not finding a big spending response. The bottom row shows the cumulative after the 3 months of receipt and the following 3 months spending shares. And so you see the number 12% for non-durables, and 15% for non-durables in the second round of economic impact payments. And then you see larger numbers again for total including the durables, which again, pretty good if we were trying for stimulus. My sense is we weren't particularly trying for stimulus. Turning to, so this is just a rehashing, and given time, I'm not going to spend time, and this was the slide I showed you at the beginning. These are typically smaller numbers of maintaining standard of living than we found for 01 or 08. So that I will conclude, there was not a rapid, the typical economic impact payment did not produce a rapid, would not fill a dire need for the typical household. There was not a large share of these spent within a reasonably short period of its arrival. However, we do find sets of households for whom these numbers are larger, or for whom the spending propensities are more significant, suggesting that they actually did provide pandemic insurance for some set of households. And so one might think at the end of this talk that increased targeting might be an appropriate way to think about this policy in the future, or even potentially think about just leaning more on an improved and functional unemployment insurance system. So now I'm going to take that main economic impact payment variable and interact it with, allow it to differ by where you are in thirds of the distribution of ex-ante liquid wealth entering the pandemic. And focusing on the economic impact payment 1 columns, the bottom row shows you the spending propensities of the least liquid third of households in the distribution of liquid wealth. And you see that they're substantially higher. Instead of 10%, we're talking about 20% spent on non-durables. And in panel B, not so much evidence. In the, sorry, I'm going to try and walk away. The third row shows the most liquid households, and you see most of those are negative numbers, suggesting that they are consuming less of their economic impact payments on arrival than the typical household. The second thing we look at is we characterize a bunch of jobs by work from home, details in the paper, and then we calculate the share of income that a household has that is exposed or potentially at risk due to a pandemic and an inability to work from home. And we look at the first wave, because by the second and third waves, we don't necessarily have such good information on jobs if people have either lost jobs or transitioned from jobs. So what we see here is, again, the very bottom row shows you the spending propensities for the third of the households in the distribution that are most exposed. They're the least able to earn their incomes from home. And you see that there's somewhat higher spending responses on non-durables now, 28%, rather than the original sort of 10 or 12% that we were estimating for the typical household. Let me skip this, given I have 25 seconds. Here is a very simplistic partial equilibrium accounting exercise that subtracts from aggregate personal consumption expenditures, non-durable or total, the direct spending responses using our coefficients, both for the 3 months of receipt, where we think of that coefficient as estimating spending over month 1 and month 2, the month of receipt and the second month, and then the lagged coefficient is spent evenly over the next 3 months. And we just subtract the spending caused directly, according to our estimates, from the economic impact payments from the series that we observe. And so what you can see is that from a point of maintaining the average person's spending level, this did not. Right? This didn't seem to move the needle in the aggregate. It's very small numbers. Again, you might not want to take the third round seriously, but for the first two, they're small. So let me conclude. The economic impact payments had a lower propensity to spend out of them, roughly, with some statistical uncertainty, than the rounds in 01 and 08. So it seems that from a stimulus perspective, they would be viewed as unsuccessful, but I don't think the goal was stimulus. The goal was pandemic insurance. And then from a pandemic insurance, the spending rates are still kind of low. If you compare what that spending rate is to the additional spending done by expanded or extended unemployment insurance, it's a much lower rate of spending. So the programs that were targeted directly at losses actually did fill pandemic insurance needs. They may not have been out there fast enough, or there may be other problems with them, but these were not really hitting the average person who needed the money immediately. The low rate of spending initially, however, raised liquid balances. And so the best evidence, I think, or a nice source of real-time evidence we have for this is the JP Morgan Institute's liquid balances data, which show the increase in liquid balances following the arrival of the economic impact payments, and then show them trending down. And so as we've emerged from the pandemic, and this kind of links to the previous paper, we emerged with household balance sheets extremely strong, partly due to all of the fiscal spending that went on. And it has likely, given other research on the response of household spending to liquidity, contributed to a high level of household demand as we've emerged from the pandemic. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. The first discussant is Karen Dynan.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here, and I guess I will, oops, see if I got that. I got it. I will start by saying I like this paper a lot. I think it's a thoughtful analysis of the response of consumer spending to the 3 waves of the economic impact payments. I like the cuts on household wealth and work from home potential. I think they're very interesting. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them, so I'm glad Jonathan did. And I think the use of the consumer expenditure survey data makes it a nice complement to most of the other recent research out there in this area that uses administrative financial records, because this household data set allows for a more comprehensive measure of consumption. So credit card records, for example, won't tell you about car purchases. The consumer expenditure survey allows for a more representative sample, so that's very helpful for thinking about targeting. And it also allows for a richer set of covariates that allows them to do things like these cuts on work from home potential. So my discussion is going to highlight 3 issues. So first of all, what to make of the key results, and in what sense are they a relatively low spending response. Second, the EIP3 mystery. Unlike Jonathan, I'm not going to skip over this issue. And third, I want to touch on stimulus versus social insurance. So Starting with the issue of a relatively low spending response, and I've put this title in quotes because it comes directly out of the introduction of the paper. This is a graph that shows you point estimates of the MPCs 6 months out of EIP1 and EIP2, with the left set of bars showing you the MPCs for non-durables and services, and the right set showing you the MPCs for total consumption. It's just the point estimates. But what you can see is that for EIP1 and EIP2, the response of non-durables and services is indeed low at 0.1 to 0.2%. But you can also see here that the response of total consumption is much higher. And I actually don't find it that out of line with earlier work or other pandemic literature, particularly considering that some of the other pandemic literature focuses on lower income households, which are going to have higher MPCs. Anyway, this is all in the paper, and Jonathan explained this in his remarks, but I wanted to flag it. Partly because I think the work of these authors has this broader reputation as, oh, the paper that finds really low MPCs, but also I think it raises questions about, why is it that we focus so much on non-durables and services? What is the right measure of consumption to look at? So the results do imply a shift to durable goods. That's unsurprising. Given both kind of pandemic logic and what we see in the aggregate data. You can see in this slide services on the left well below trend, and durable goods well above trend on the right in the aggregate data. And I will say that this result, among others in the papers, they highlight the fact that there are special pandemic factors at play. That said, I do hope this paper is not just going to be just a pandemic story, and that future policymakers in different circumstances will still use it to design policy. So I just wondered whether there was scope for extracting the special pandemic factors. So what came to my mind was you might look at groups that are more likely and less likely to alter their consumption in a pandemic. You could look by age, you could look at old people, you might look at people in red states versus blue states. And you might also look at particular categories of consumption that are likely to be sensitive to people getting close to each other. And that's been done in some of the other research. And I think you could do it with this data set. So turning to the EIP3 mystery, this graph is just a replay of what I showed you earlier, and it just adds the point estimates for EIP3, 6 months out MPCs, in blue. And what you see here is that in contrast to the estimated responses to EIP1 and EIP2, the estimated response to EIP3 is very low. The point estimates are negative, in fact, even for total consumption. Okay, and I find this very surprising. The first thing I want to kind of comment on is whether we think it's plausible. So I think the common story around this is that, well, by March 2021, Americans were very comfortable. They just didn't need to do any more spending, which is why they didn't consume anything out of these checks. And I don't see a strong version of that story when I look at various data to try to kind of evaluate the story. This slide shows you a few of the things that I looked at. So in the upper right, UI benefits had actually ended 6 months earlier, and job openings were just starting to pick up in March 2021. In the lower left, I have some results from the Household Pulse survey. And again, what you should be looking at is you should be looking to the left of the orange vertical bars that show you when EIP3 began. But you can see reported financial stress was basically in line with readings over much of the pandemic period. And in the lower right, checking account balances from JP Morgan Chase in the lower part of the income distribution, they were about at their average during the pandemic. So that's kind of plausibility. the next thing I think you want to ask is whether there is a problem with the data and or the methodology. And I should say throughout this paper, the authors are just exceedingly careful with the empirics. And they do point to the fact that the seemingly high share of consumer expenditure survey households saying they didn't receive EIP3, that might be problematic. I'm not sure the share was higher than for EIP2. Another thing I thought about is whether there could be systematic measurement error in the estimated value of past EIPs. They're including as controls, with the idea being the authors, what they're seeing is reported income that includes the pandemic versus the IRS, which was seeing 2019 income for EIP1 and EIP2. So for the households that you're mainly identifying off of, that income, the income you observe might be lower than what the Treasury observes, and that would give you higher EIP payments. So the authors are downplaying the EIP3 results, which I think is an appropriate response given concerns about their accuracy. But I'm not really ready yet to let this go. I just think the issue merits more thinking because of the important role EIP3 has been speculated to have played, sparking the rise in inflation, which we've already been talking about. And, that narrative typically focuses on EIP3 creating this excessive consumer demand. At face value, that's not consistent with very low MPCs, although I get it that there might be a more complicated story that has to do with a lagged response. I'm also kind of relatedly very curious about whether the EIPs might have fueled inflation by funding spells out of the labor force and therefore exacerbating the worker shortage. And I think that could be an interesting thing to explore with these data. So let me turn now to the last issue, which is the issue of stimulus versus social insurance. So it actually is a pet peeve of mine that many papers in this literature emphasize stimulus as the goal of direct payments to households. I should say, I guess as long as I'm being cranky, I think it's just a myth that the debate at the time didn't recognize that stimulus would be an odd thing to do when supply was pandemic constrained. Although I will say that some saw value in promoting firm confidence that demand would be there once the economy reopened again. What I really like is the fact that the authors really emphasize preventing potential hardship as an important alternative goal of these payments. That's a very nice part of the paper. And also the point that the payments aren't just ensuring against current hardship, but also by bolstering savings, preventing future hardship associated with potential future job loss. The way I like to put this point about future, thinking about like what it's doing to the future is that, these policies aren't just about preventing hardship in the moment, they're about preventing the scarring of economic structures, which, can cause lasting hardship for households, but also could create hysteresis potentially at the macro level. I will say this is results that I generated myself from the PSID, just showing that the Great Recession seems to have, or suggesting that the Great Recession left lasting scars on households that weren't sufficiently protected. So what I'm showing in this picture is the level of consumption for households that experienced prolonged job loss, that's the blue line, and households that didn't experience any unemployment and this is all PSID data, but you can see that the lower consumption continues for years and years. I like the fact that the paper is emphasizing the social insurance point. I do think it's just a limited exercise if you're trying to think about these benefits to be looking at just spending over 6 months. So I think, as we think about guidance for future policymakers and how they should think about the benefits of these policies, we want to do more to try to assess this more fully. So, for example, you could explore the impact of EIPs on consumption over the longer run, hard to do in this data set. set, but maybe in other data sets. And something that you might be able to do with this data set or another data set is just explore the impact of EIPs on savings and balance sheets more directly. Try to get directly at it instead of indirectly at it by looking at consumption. So I have just one final slide on lessons for future policymakers. I do think the direct payments to households should continue to be an important part of the fiscal policy toolkit that we use to address recessions. And that, importantly, as pointed out by this paper, it's not just about stimulus. There is this other goal related to hardship. Really nothing in this paper or this literature, nor even the experience of the last year with inflation has dissuaded me from that view. But I do think this paper and the experience of the last year has highlighted some important cautions. So we really do need to think about how to best target these sorts of payments. We need to consider whether supply has the capacity to increase to meet demand in the circumstances in which we're using these payments, and monetary policy needs to be ready to respond if inflation looks like it's taking off. That's all.
Thanks, Karen. The second discussion is Matt Ronley.
So let me say first, I'm happy to be here. This conference is special for me because I think it was a while ago, the very first conference or seminar where I ever presented as an economist. I did the math recently, and that was 7.5 years ago, so I was a little bit alarmed by the passage of time, but still, it's good to be back. So I really enjoyed this paper. It's a continuation of a very important line of research on the effects of payments to households on consumption in 2001, 2008. Now, they needed to work a little bit harder this time than they did in the past because the government's gotten more efficient, which is bad news for empirical economics. So there's not variation in timing, or very little. There's no random variation. So they need to use cross-sectional variation and receipt and amount. That's a little bit dicier, but ultimately I think I was mainly convinced. And like Karen said, it's a very useful complement to studies using administrative data. Which can be nice and very fine-grained, but often they have a lot less external validity because they're focused on, say, the young or the internet using, the left-handed, whatever. All right, so given that, I think the key finding for me, at least as sort of a macro modeler, was this interesting point that MPCs seem to be smaller. And this really has two parts, though. So first, for EIP1 and EIP2, these were low, but I think this is pretty significant still, given that this is just a subset of spending. And then there's this EIP3 mystery, where that's kind of, you start asking more questions. It's almost zero. So if you look at all the goods and services, and you add the 3-month lag, so you're looking over a 6-month window, then actually for EIP1 and EIP2, I think these are pretty large effects with very large standard error bars, but large effects. You have 45% for EIP1, 60% for EIP2, and then this kind of head scratcher, negative 12% for EIP3. So, I think this is a bit of a mystery. We've talked about it already. I think there's various explanations, and I'm not the expert really to resolve this empirical issue. My kind of pet theory for why this might be true is that EIP2 and EIP3 were very close temporally to each other, and they had fairly similar eligibility and benefit schedules, so maybe they're just hard to disentangle using that variation, and that 60% number should be a little bit lower, and that negative 11 should be a little bit higher, that this estimation's wrongly apportioning some to EIP2 instead of EIP3. But given all that, I think my bottom line is that MPCs, they're probably smaller, all told, than in past episodes, but they're still there. We're still very far from kind of a permanent income view of the world. And none of this is too surprising, given the special circumstances, that households had limited consumption opportunities during the pandemic, and the government supported their incomes despite that limited consumption, so they had a lot of extra liquidity. So my big question is, I know that stimulus wasn't the goal, but we can still ask what was the aggregate demand effect of all this. did this fact that MPCs were lower, did it mean a diminished transfer multiplier, that there was ultimately less of an effect on aggregate demand, or did it just mean a delayed transfer multiplier? And I think this is important because if it's a delay, then maybe there wasn't such an effect on impact, but right now the excess demand is being fueled by that, and it's making the Fed's job harder as we try to disinflate. All right, so a difficulty of this is to think about this question, we kind of have to think about a model of dynamic multipliers. So I'm going to write down a model, and it's designed to kind of capture, what in much fancier, more intricate quantitative work we find, but this is something you can pretty much solve with pen and paper. So I'm going to say there's 3 groups of households. One is hand to mouth, they consume everything immediately. Another is what I'll call target households, they aim for a specific target of liquidity. And then if they find themselves higher than that target or lower than that target, they kind of try to adjust their consumption to move back. And then finally, there's long-term savers who are kind of conventional permanent income people. And there's some details, in the background, there's sticky wages, so output's going to be demand determined. And I'm going to calibrate this to a real interest rate of 0, and assume that the government just kind of permanently finances the transfers by increasing debt forever, or at least over such a long horizon that we don't see when it pays back. All right, so one caveat, you might ask, why am I doing this annoying, complicated thing and having both hand-to-mouth and these target consumers? This is needed to match what co-authors and I call intertemporal MPCs. When there's a transfer payment, there's both a sharp increase in consumption right around that date and sort of a delayed increase in consumption for a while after that is also not consistent with permanent income. So we need both of those. All right, so there's an interesting result here. If you make the somewhat stark and obviously unrealistic assumption that monetary policy holds the real interest rate constant, you get this sharp result on the cumulative multiplier from a transfer, which is that the multiplier is, if you can see this, the share of the transfer that doesn't go to the saver in the numerator divided by the marginal share of output in the economy that's earned by the saver. And this is actually just sort of standard Keynesian multiplier logic. Basically, the non-savers, they get some money from the transfer. They'll ultimately draw down over time and spend what they receive. And then that will create additional income. So the part of that additional income that's earned by the non-savers is ultimately spent again. And so if you aggregate all that over time, you get a multiplier expression that looks like this. And I think one interesting implication of this is for the cumulative multiplier, it actually doesn't matter whether my consumers are hand-to-mouth and have really high MPCs at the beginning, or these kind of target buffer stock consumers. Ultimately, the cumulative multiplier will be the same, but the timing will be really different. And the fact that timing can differ is kind of the key point that I think is interesting in this setting. All right, so I'm going to have an example that I calibrate kind of to the pre-pandemic universe. These are kind of made-up numbers, but they're intended to replicate, what we know about intertemporal MPCs and business as usual, not be too crazy with the kinds of things that the authors have found in the past. So I'm going to assume that the shares of a transfer, the transfers at date 0, received by the hand-to-mouth people is 20%, and then this larger set of target households is 60%. I'm going to set the target households to fairly rapidly converge back to their target at 20% a quarter. And then down here at the bottom, I'm going to assume that a marginal increase in output, 10% goes to hand-to-mouth, 40% goes to target, 50% goes to the long-run savers. That's high partly because I want to capture also leakages abroad of demand or payments in taxes. All right, so given these assumptions, I'll get an MPC, 1/4 MPC out of the transfer of 0.32, which, including all consumption, is definitely not so high, given the past evidence. And then a cumulative transfer multiplier, if you just use that simple formula I wrote down on the previous slide of 1.6, which is pretty high, but again, there's no monetary feedback pushing against it. So this shows then we can calculate, and this is not so far from pen and paper, calculate the dynamic effect of a transfer in this kind of setting. The blue line is just the direct spending response. So you give people the money at date 0, how do they spend out of it? You see both kind of the hand-to-mouth and then these kind of target buffer stock guys. But then that raises income when they spend more. When you take that into account, you get the second round effect, which is the orange line, and then you keep seeing more rounds as you go. You get convergence to this black thing. The integral of the black line is 1.6, which was the cumulative multiplier. It's worth noting that it matters a lot whether you have the hand-to-mouth or the target. So if you had everyone be hand-to-mouth, then everything would happen in the first date because the multiplier would just be all at date 0. So you get 1.6 in the very first date. If everyone was target, then you get this really kind of slow delayed process where it's 10 times smaller than the previous slide at date 0, but the integral is the same. But back to my assumptions, to replicate what we think is reasonable, we have kind of a mix of the spike and then this kind of continued process. Okay, so that would be kind of a calibration that's more business as usual. Now, under the hood, what's going on here? Well, there's a process that I call filtering of excess savings, which is, the government creates extra liquidity, it puts it on household balance sheets, and somebody has to hold that. And initially, people hold whatever they were given. But then, whoever spends it doesn't hold it anymore. They'll get a little bit back in increased income, but then they'll spend that. So you see, hand to mouth, first they have something and then they get rid of it. And then Target kind of slowly disposes of its excess liquidity. And ultimately, everything's held by this green saver group, right? And so I think the interesting thing about that is the multiplier is kind of declining over time, even though there's kind of a constant amount of excess savings relative to the pre-transfer. Because slowly there's kind of a self-selection into holding assets, where the people who hold the assets are the people who don't spend, who are the savers. And that's the process that ultimately causes the transfer multiplier to dwindle down, kind of die out. And this is a process you can see in the data. This is something from JP Morgan Chase data where we had bottom 80%, we split excess checking account holdings into the bottom 80% and the top 20%. You can see that the bottom 80%, they increased their holdings a lot when there was rounds of stimulus. But then, they kind of dwindled it down more quickly, and the top 20%, eventually was kind of the thing that kept going and accumulating the extra liquidity. All right. So there was some of that filtering going on, but with lower MPCs, we have reason to think that there will be less of that filtering going on. So I'm going to modify this simple model and assume that initially everyone has lower MPCs. So I'm going to make the hand-to-mouth MPC 0.5 instead of 1, target 0.1 rate of convergence instead of 0.2, but just temporarily. And there are many reasons why this could be. It could be more liquidity, whatever. I'm kind of agnostic on that. I'm just sort of modifying it directly in this simple model. What happens then? Well, we get this orange line instead of the blue line I had before, right? So you can see a much smaller impact initially, and then sort of a bigger extended effect. The integral under these two is the same. That's kind of guaranteed by the formula. But you can see, there's a 50% bigger impact with this initial low MPC thing, and half the impact initially. So there's like a factor of 3 difference if you want to compare the kind of long-term effect to the impact effect. So this kind of thing can be a really big deal, and looking at the beginning would mislead you about the eventual effects. What's going on? Well, under the hood, there's slower filtering of excess savings, this process I told you about earlier. So the excess savings that remains is kind of more potent in fueling demand. So I view this as kind of a narrative. It's one narrative of the last 2.5 years. We had huge fiscal interventions, and maybe we didn't initially see such an excess demand problem because MPCs were temporarily low. So we sort of said, okay, the impact multiplier is not that crazy, which is kind of what we wanted. We didn't want necessarily stimulus. But if this just meant delay, then we had a bigger lagged multiplier. And then now we're seeing some of that, and it's making our job difficult as policymakers to get inflation under control. So that's my main point. Now, I think that there's one caveat that you might note, which is that, I assumed that if you didn't spend it, then you just kind of kept it in your checking account and eventually you would spend it. You might argue that people would instead put it in some kind of long-term savings vehicle, and that's something that my model here missed. Now, what would that savings vehicle be? I thought maybe retirement accounts, apparently not much action there, but possibilities like housing and retail stock market investment jump out. And not coincidentally, perhaps, both of those surged. So I think this is very important, especially when you acknowledge what's called the inelastic markets hypothesis by Gebex and Koijin, which says that putting a little bit more in the stock market can increase its aggregate value a lot. Because if there's even a small MPC out of that capital gain, it'll be a big deal for aggregate demand. So even if the money is put in the long run savings, which this framework missed, I don't think that means that it didn't affect aggregate demand. Maybe it did through this indirect channel. And here's a formula that I can't go over from some ongoing work with co-authors where we try to broaden the notion of a multiplier for that. So to conclude, great paper, caps many years of important work. Maybe the lower MPCs than usual just delayed the aggregate demand effect rather than kind of shrinking it overall. And the agenda going forward is to understand this multiplier process by tracking flows of funds over time and also across assets. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Two great discussants and great presentation. So let's start. Oh, suddenly the cards come alive. Let's start with Jason, and then I'll go to Steve Braun and Pierre.
So after Austin rudely interjected micro into the last session, I wanted to interject macro in this session and say, before I'm completely convinced by this, I want to see how it adds up macroeconomically. And in particular, personal consumption expenditures in nominal terms were 10% higher in 2021 than they were in 2019. That's about $1 trillion. You look at 2 years of unemployment that we experienced, you would have expected lower than normal. So maybe it's $1.5 trillion above. You add some pandemic constraints on services. That is just a shocking, shocking amount of personal consumption expenditure. You know, where did it come from? Would it have happened absent $5 trillion of interventions? So maybe this gets to the MPC on something else was really high, even if it was low on this. Maybe the MPC on this was delayed. Maybe we have something else, but we need some sort of looking at households, looking at their employment status, their income, what you would have predicted they spent, add all of that up and ask how much of a mystery spending thing is left. I think it's probably hard to explain the level of personal consumption expenditures without some meaningful multiplier on some part of that $5 trillion. But maybe you have another explanation for why it rose so much.
Steve
Braun? 2 points. This isn't over yet. So the fiscal impetus was very positive in 2020 and 2021, and very negative, the reflection of that, in 2022. It'll be very interesting to see whether these excess savers in 20 and 21 spend that money in 2022. And so the jury is still out on that. Second point, it would be interesting to look at this from the point of view of Ricardian equivalence. There are people who needed the money, and there are people who didn't need the money. The people who needed the money spent it. The people who didn't need the money, which is most of us, know that they're going to be taxed to pay it back at some point in the far future. Maybe their best response to that is to save it and knowing that they're going to be taxed on it later. That's all I want to say.
Yes, a very interesting paper. Just 2 quick comments. The first one is on the 2 different issues that the paper is looking at. One is about stimulus and multiplier, and the other one is about insurance. And I think if we take the insurance perspective, I think we may want to interpret things a little bit differently. So think about a world in which we would somehow, after we control for a bunch of variables and differences in sort of marginal utilities and things like that, we have perfect insurance. Or we implement perfect insurance by doing the kind of transfers that Jonathan and co-authors are looking at. Then I think we would expect to see a 0 coefficient on the stimulus. In other words, the consumption change should be the same for the ones that receive it and the ones that don't receive it, because that's what insurance would do. And so the evidence that we have coefficients that are lower than normal times might be telling us that it's actually going in the right direction, although it's not getting us completely there. I sort of want to put that out there. The second point is on the transfer multiplier, which is going a little bit beyond what they're doing in the paper. There's a question of the MPC, and then there's a question of how does this MPC translate into $1 of fiscal stimulus, changing aggregate output. There's a body of work already out there that sort of argues that given the supply constraints that we had, even with sort of regular MPC, we would expect very low transfer multipliers. And the reason is that this nominal spending, it goes back to the point Maury was making earlier, this nominal spending was going into the economy where you had upwards of 70% of the sectors that were supply constrained at that point in time. And so that could not feed into sort of increased real activity, but it had to go into, well, guess what? Inflation. So this is something that Shebnem in a and I, in the paper with 2 other co-authors, looked at, and we found transfer multipliers of the order of 6 cents on the dollar, so extremely low multipliers, even with sort of reasonable estimates of the MPC. Just want to mention this.
Austin, you're up. Unmute.
No, it's not. I think it's.
No, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It looks like Brookings is on mute, so I didn't hear anything. If you called on me.
We've muted the entire time.
I don't know if we're Team CEA, but I think Jason and Steve's 2 comments raise what's at least a puzzle for me, which is it kind of argues if the MPCs are this low, why would there be as much inflation? It seems like the rescue plan's actual impact on excess demand, let's call it, in the year of going out, there shouldn't have been inflation. Though on the positive side, maybe it explains why we should not fear as much the collapse of demand from the stimulus rolling off if there's still money sitting around there.
Bill Gill.
Thank you. Very interesting paper. I really like the emphasis on relief versus stimulus or social insurance versus stimulus. Just two quick comments. One is these impact payments could affect people's utility and welfare by affecting their mental health, even if it didn't affect what they consume or save. And I'm thinking that two years ago was a really uncertain time. There was a lot of anxiety, and it might be that, I know you can't do it in this paper with the CEX, but it might be an interesting follow-up study to try to see if these payments had any impact on people's mental health. The other comment is people can consume the money, they can save it, or they can give it to family members. And I'm wondering if there's any data in the CEX on giving to other family members.
Debbie Lucas.
Okay. I think you would conclude the MPC was even lower if you also took into account the forbearance on student loans and on mortgage payments, in the sense that there was, particularly the student loans, were, for some people, I think, of similar magnitudes of these payments. And, you know, that was even more money coming from the government and not that high a marginal propensity to consume. So it'd be an interesting thing to look at. I think there's a very good Brookings paper last year on that set of things, and kind of combining that with what you're doing would be interesting.
Carolyn Hawksby.
First, thank you for a great paper. I think you convinced me, I didn't need a whole lot of convincing, that the targeting was inexcusably bad for the EIPs, but especially for EIPs 2 and 3 from the point of view of social insurance, just because by that time it was no longer an administrative emergency as it was in EIP 1. They could have thought about the targeting better. But let me sort of undo a little bit of my own thinking by saying that I think although the durables may not have been good, well-targeted for ensuring against consumption losses, non-durable consumption losses, they possibly help to ensure higher productivity for the work-at-home people during the pandemic. Because one of the things that people bought a lot of during the pandemic were different pieces of furniture so they could set up a home office. They may have changed their computers, other home electronics. You heard a lot about that happening during the beginning. And then if that was what allowed you to be productive when you were working from home, that would be of interest to the economy. I think there is a way to tell this apart in this CEX, because buying a car or a clothes washer probably is not enhancing your home productivity, but buying furniture, consumer electronics, and computers, things like that, probably might have been, you can also tell the difference between those who had work from home possible jobs versus not. I really liked the part of the paper where you differentiated between those two types of workers. I think that's terrific. Even better than the people with low liquidity. I think those who could work from home, that's just so fundamentally different than being a waitress or something like that, which is not a job that you could possibly do from home. And then finally, I very much agreed with Matthew's point that the EIP3 mystery might be just that EIP2 is being conflated with EIP3. I could not think of a way to separately identify their effects given their closeness in time. And perhaps if you think there is a way to separately identify them convincingly, then that needs to be explained logically in the paper or even intuitively, because it doesn't seem like there's sufficient independent variation to separately identify them. Thanks.
Bob Gordon.
I wanted to relate Matt's excellent discussion to three pieces of macro data. The first is we have monthly data on real personal disposable income, saving, and consumption. And if you simply plot these ever since the beginning of the pandemic, you have this absolutely remarkable upward jump in personal disposable income at the time of the transfers, and saving goes right up with them. And that is, in Matt's language, the 10% of the hand-to-mouth people versus the 90% of everyone else who is primarily saving, particularly in the short run. The second piece of macro evidence is that the excess saving, how much saving there has been relative to the 2019 rate of about 6.5% of disposable income, that went up to $2.5 trillion in mid-2021, and it's hardly gone down at all. So from Matt's analysis, I would interpret that as saying that the saving has gradually been shifting away from the short-run adjustment people to the long-run adjustment people, that the money is, through the multiplier process, has been filtered away toward these long-run saving people who have wound up with most of the benefits. And the third piece of macro evidence goes right along with the second one, and that is bank balances. We know that bank balances are up by about $4 trillion, and they haven't gone away. They haven't declined at all. They are not growing as much as they did during the period of the transfers. But again, Matt's analysis helps us to understand that once you create this liquidity, it doesn't go away. It's just shifting from all the people who got the stimulus to the people who saved. And finally, on Carolyn's comment about work from home, our new paper shows that all of the productivity gains since the beginning of the pandemic have been in 35% of the economy where people primarily work at home, and the rest of the 65% of the rest of the economy has negative or zero productivity gains.
I'm going to call on Justin, but in the meantime, Penny, you were trying to raise your hand, Penny Goldberg, and we've tried to elevate you, but you may need to accept the invitation to join the panel. Okay. And aside, Justin.
So I'll filibuster while we wait for Penny. Actually, I wanted to come back to the durables thing, which both Karen and Caroline raised, and really ask what a durable is, particularly during a pandemic. So it sounds, Jonathan, like you bought a treadmill, and we think of it as a durable if it yields an ongoing flow of services for many years. But I believe that many of these now are clothes horses. You know, along with Peloton bikes, I still ride mine. But also even some of the work from home equipment. I bought my kids Chromebooks. They now can use the school's Chromebooks. So a whole lot of this spending may actually have been current consumption, but looks like durables. And then I wanted to come back to, if I were asked to still defend the policy given where we're at right now, one idea is social insurance. Another idea was that this was hoping for an income effect on labour leisure choices, pushing people to stay at home. In which case you just rerun the same analysis with some sort of labour supply thing in there instead, and that actually feels like it should be doable. And so it'd be kind of interesting to see if there was anything showing up there.
Claudia Salm.
Okay, so first I just want to say this is so important, this kind of work, because the next time there's a recession, whenever it comes, there will be direct payments to people. And they probably won't be real targeted either. I mean, the reality is the federal government is really good at getting money out to people, and they can do it quickly. I mean, this was amazing this time. The federal government is very bad at overseeing an effective, depoliticized, state-run unemployment insurance system. Like, we should make that change, but I mean, the reality is, yeah. Okay, so, but that means we should learn how to structure it and deliver it and the size. Like $1,400 should not have been the last check. Okay, so it's important. The thing I feel very strongly about in this paper is the claim making any kind of comparison between 2020, 2021, and 2001 and 2008. The identification is not the same in this paper. The reason that the 2001-2008 from Jonathan, David, and co-authors is considered the gold standard is it had quasi-random identification from the timing of the checks based on your Social Security number. That's not here, right? Like, and it is not exogenous family size, income. Basically, by the last payment, every man, woman, and child in this country got a check unless they were in the top 80% by income. Like, those people are different. We are all different, right? Yeah, so that's actually the main thing. And the study that does have consistent identification across all of these is the work I've done with Matthew Shapiro and Joel Slemrod on the Michigan survey. We asked the questions on the CARES checks. We asked the questions on the $1,400 checks. We get almost exactly the same mostly spend percent. In the pandemic, it does switch. People don't go on vacation as much, and they buy more food, right? So there's things under the hood, but like that's really consistent across time, and it doesn't have that. And the last thing, just really quick, I think, and Karen and others pointed this out, to the dimension of relief, like the speed at which people spend it, this MPC, this is not like a good measure of insurance. I mean, it can be in the hopper, but like we can't make the MPC be the end-all be-all.
Arvind Krishnamurthy.
I just wanted to say one more thing about this insurance point, which hasn't come up so far, which is if you look at financial securities whose payoffs were linked to things like credit card defaults, so credit card asset-backed securities or auto loan asset-backed securities, one of the things that is quite striking is these prices really plummet in the spring, right when, and then they come right back down, and the spreads come back down to very normalized levels. I read that as a statement that people made good on all these payments, which is another way of saying that household balance sheets weren't scarred, and that's also a statement about comparing this to 2008. So that's an important thing. That's an asset that wasn't lost, and that's an element of insurance. And then there's another aspect which also shows up, which wasn't lost, which is that I know that that year 2020, banks were forecasting big loan losses on things like credit cards and loans, and that didn't come to pass. So we also didn't see scarring through the financial sector. So sort of a bunch of multipliers and nonlinearities that were present in 2008 really didn't happen, and that is also an aspect of thinking about this stimulus.
Wendy Edelberg.
So I just want to follow on the macro point about following the money, which is that if it doesn't show up in consumer spending, then it has to show up as a flow into some kind of saving, either paying down debt or in your checking account or buying assets. And the timing doesn't really quite work for 2021. So we did see a big increase in deposits in the first quarter of 2021, but that basically, you know, the flow into deposits then just ramps right back down. We don't see, we actually see increases in consumer debt in 2021. And the point about excess savings, keep in mind that a lot of the excess savings is actually coming from higher income people reducing their spending, not lower income people reducing, not spending out of their income, including transfers. So I worry that this would be a massive amount of money going into savings in 2021 if the MPCs are what we're talking about. And that's even if we pool together the MPCs that you're finding out of the payments at the end of 2020 and in spring of 2021, we would be talking about, I mean, I'm trying to think what it, I mean, you know, $5,000. Like we would be looking for massive flows, and we just don't see them in the saving data.
Okay, so let's go back to the authors for some, oh, Aishagul, go ahead.
Justin's comment about labor leisure choice. So one thing that we are seeing is not only participation decline, people's desires are decline. But when you look at the distributions of this, there are less Americans who feel they are overworked, and there are less Americans who want to work more than they do. So it seems like we moved closer to that beautiful point on our labor supply curves. And this suggests that maybe part of where this has gone is to improve work-life balance for a lot of people. It would be really cool to kind of add one more term to what Matt had, that maybe part of it is going so that we don't feel overworked or this marginal propensity to sleep increase during that time.
And Louise Shiner.
Yeah, I was surprised we didn't hear anything about unemployment insurance. And when I thought about remote workers, I'm like, well, I'm surprised you had to hire NPCs because many people who got unemployment insurance during the EIPs actually had higher income. But one of the things that you do hear about is one of the benefits of the checks is that they went out quickly while the UI system was broken. So it was more like temporary liquidity rather than that you're giving them money. So.
Anybody else? Okay. Then back to Jonathan and co-authors.
Okay, well, first of all, we'd like to thank the phenomenal discussants and all of the comments. That was fantastic. I want to just emphasize a couple of points. First of all, what we're studying is really well measuring a pretty rapid response to the arrival of a payment. We are not very good at measuring this. By the time you get to the lag responses, we're a little weaker, and certainly by the time you get to further responses, you're weaker still. So there's no sense in which we want to be arguing that they were not spent. They will be spent over probably, given what we know about liquidity and the bottom half of the income distribution, they will be spent surely over a couple of years, if not before, as consistent with Matt Ronley's model, which was nicely emphasizing that point. So I do think that a large amount of this is now being spent. It's just not evidence that we can speak to with our paper. We're asking more, the question was this done rapidly and timely as pandemic insurance? It may very well serve a purpose of being beneficial stimulus as we emerge from the pandemic. That was discussed at least even during the first piece of legislation, definitely during the third. Now, whether we overdid it or not, or whether we were hit by supply shocks and whether the Fed should have managed things better, that feeds into a whole, again, another set of important issues to which I think this paper provides an input. But I don't want people to leave. I mean, in some sense, Jason, you're asking the question about adding up that savings. Doesn't that explain a lot of this increase? Yes, it does. And of course, it's confounded by macro factors. So the third wave of payments go out in a period right as we're vaccinating the population, or at least the part that really wanted to get vaccinated, which seemed like the most pertinent for generating spending again. And so the ultimate low responses we're finding, I think, speak to the pandemic insurance part. They speak to the short-term stimulus part. There is an important question, which I think a lot of the macro additions that we can work on going forward is, to what extent did that feed into the longer-term high levels of consumption demand that we're speaking to today? And this paper does not say it isn't.
Co-authors have any comments?
There's just lots of great other suggestions we'll look into.
Yeah, I just want to stress that this is one of the main reasons you need to have academics work with the statistical agencies to work on adding these questions quickly to a survey. That was something that's amazing that BLS did a lot of work on doing. So I do want to stress that I think that this worked really well, and it's been great to work on these papers before, mainly because the BLS was really responsive.
Great. We'll endorse that promotional comment.
Yes.
Okay. So we will take our break now. We'll come back at 4 o'clock with the last paper of the afternoon. All right, let's get started. The last paper of the afternoon is be presented by Hanno Lustig on measuring U.S. fiscal capacity using discounted cash flow analysis.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having us. This is joint work with Stan Vernieper, sitting over there, Zhenyang Zhang, and Mindy Zhaolong, who's not here. The title of the paper is Measuring Fiscal Capacity Using Cash Flow Analysis. The objective here is to develop a simple framework that allows us to think about measuring fiscal capacity. The objective is not to come up with definitive numbers, but to analyze the framework and use it to get a better understanding of the determinants of fiscal capacity. When the government issues debt, you could think about it as securitizing a claim to future tax revenue minus future government spending, excluding interest payments. That's future primary surpluses. And in standard models, government debt is fully backed by the underlying collateral, which is future primary surpluses. So what we're going to do is think about the dollar value today of a claim to primary surpluses from now until, say, 30 years from now, plus the dollar value today of debt projected to be outstanding 30 years from now. If that debt in itself, future debt, is also backed by surpluses after 2052, that accrue after 2052, and you string everything together, then what you're really trying to do is compute the dollar value of the entire stream of primary surpluses. So really, this is a valuation exercise, and the rules of the game are in finance that the way you value a cash flow stream is not determined by the identity of the issuer, the treasury, but it's determined simply by the risk characteristics of the cash flow. And we're going to take that seriously. Let's start with a simple example where the US is in a steady state, where the surplus, primary surplus, is a constant fraction of GDP. Spending and tax revenue are also constant fractions of GDP. The only thing that's risky, and there is risk, is GDP itself. The way you deal with that is you try to value a claim to GDP, and you have to come up with the right discount rate for that claim. That discount rate is going to reflect not only interest rate risk, because it's a claim that pays off in the distant future, but also GDP growth risk itself. So there's going to be the risk-free rate plus a term premium, plus what we call the GDP risk premium. What is that? Well, in canonical asset pricing models, that's really the unlevered equity premium. You can think about it loosely speaking as a claim to aggregate consumption. The risk premium on that, that's what Mira and Prescott called the equity premium. It's the unlevered equity premium. So these are the objects that are going to determine fiscal capacity, because now fiscal capacity, which is the present discounted value of this entire stream, is going to be governed by that multiple, which is total wealth to GDP. It's the price-dividend ratio. It's akin to a price-dividend ratio for a stock, but it's for a claim to GDP itself. Okay, and we're going to compute that multiple. What's going to be determining that multiple? Well, we're plugging in some numbers from the start of this year. The long end of the yield curve at the start of the year was around 2%. The GDP risk premium and unlevered equity premium, we come up with a number like 2.6%. These are low numbers, historically speaking. So that's going to make for a big multiple. And the projected long-run growth rate, nominal, for GDP is 3.5%. That's 2% inflation and 1.5% real growth. If you add all that up, you end up with a number like 1.17. The inverse of that is 85. So that's a big multiple. What does that mean? It means there's a lot of wealth. In the US, you take GDP, multiply it by 85. That's the dollar value of all wealth. Now, of course, you're probably thinking, wait, that doesn't make sense. Note that that includes the present discount value of all the labor income of American households into the indefinite future, right? So that's what you're valuing here. But it is a big multiple. So now you can ask yourself, in the steady state example, well, the debt to output ratio at the start of the year was 0.99. What's the steady state surplus that you need in order to get to 0.99? Well, it turns out, simple math, you need 1.16% primary surplus forever, because if you multiply that by 85, you get to a number like 0.99. You already see the tension here. That is not what we're projecting. The CBO is projecting primary deficits of around 3%, 3.20% until 2052. Okay. Now, this was a simple example. I assume that the steady state surplus is a constant fraction of GDP, but that's optimistic. In reality, the surplus is quite pro-cyclical, as you all know. Surpluses tend to decline in bad times, in recessions, and that makes a claim to these surpluses risky. So in other words, the tax claim is a lot riskier than I made it out to be. It's riskier than GDP, so that calculation is going to overstate the true value of the tax claim. On the other hand, the spending claim is really safer, and so I'm understating, in that simple example, the true value of the spending claim. So if you add all these things up, given these inequalities, what I've really derived there is an upper bound on fiscal capacity. The true number is probably a bit lower because there's a lot of additional business cycle risk that I have not taken into account. Now, you could say to me, well, Hanno, there's an easy fix for this problem, and there is, right? Suppose that the Treasury were to convince investors that henceforth it would run large surpluses in pandemics and in financial crises. That's very unlikely. In that scenario, of course, the fiscal capacity would get a huge boost. Now you're flipping all these inequalities. You're boosting the value of the tax claim, right? You're shrinking the value of the spending claim because now spending is riskier, taxes are safer. And in this scenario, unlikely scenario, the taxpayer and transfer recipients are insuring bond market investors. That's not what we typically see in advanced economies, but this would be the easiest way to boost fiscal capacity, obviously. Not very likely. Now, how does this way of thinking relate to the intuition we have about fiscal capacity? Well, a lot of our intuition comes from a deterministic economy where the value, the dollar value today of debt outstanding, say 200 years from now, doesn't go to zero, okay? Why is that? Well, in a deterministic economy, when the risk-free rate is below the growth rate, you're essentially discounting at a negative rate, right? And so debt today is not fully backed by future surpluses. It can be partly backed by future debt itself. Now, that actually doesn't work when you think about growth risk. We don't live in a deterministic economy. We live in an economy where the growth rate of GDP is subject to large shocks. In an environment where G is risky, you cannot always roll over the debt at the risk-free rate. Why not? Because it can't be that the risk-free rate is always lower than the growth rate. If that were true, that'd be an arbitrage opportunity. I could borrow at the risk-free, go long in unlevered equity, and always make a profit. That's an arbitrage opportunity, so now we're violating the rules of finance. Instead, what we do is we say, look, when you're discounting future debt outstanding, you have to add that GDP risk premium. Even if the debt is locally risk-free today, debt very far out in the future is going to evolve in line with GDP. It's going to be co-integrated with GDP because debt to output ratios better be stationary. And so when you take the present discount value of debt outstanding in the far future, you have to apply a GDP risk premium. And now we're back in a scenario where debt today has to be fully backed by surpluses in the future, and you can't play this game with debt being backed by debt in the future. Now, truth be told, there are models where this is not true. There are models where you can get bubbles in debt markets. Usually, actually, these bubbles don't only arise in debt markets. They could arise in any long-lived asset market. These are typically models without long-lived investors for obvious reasons. If you have long-lived investors, they could take advantage of these bubbles, right? And they would pop them. Typically, you also cannot have a lot of long-lived assets in these models. And if we're gonna say that the U.S. has a lot of fiscal capacity, we'd need to have a compelling story of why these models specifically apply to the U.S. Even a cursory look at the historical evidence suggests that most countries cannot play this game. Take the UK, We looked at 300 years of financial data and fiscal data. They've been running primary surpluses of pretty much 2% throughout their history, even when they were the world's safe asset supplier in the 19th century. Okay, so we need a compelling reason to think that the US is special, and these models don't really have that. Okay, now let's go back and think about the CBO projection more carefully. We're going to feed in projected deficits until 2052. They're around 3.19%. This is, of course, just the projection, but there's risk around this, right? And that's why we're dealing with risk premia. Important to remind ourselves. Debt outstanding in 2052 is projected to be 185% of GDP in the benchmark scenario. What we assume is that that debt is now backed by steady state primary surpluses that come after 2052. That's the logic of debt being fully backed. So now, how much do you need in terms of primary surpluses starting in 2052? 2.16% times that multiple, 85, that gets you 185%. So that does it. We're being generous here because we're applying that high multiple, and it's high because rates are low today and risk premium are low today. We're applying that same multiple 30 years from now. If you thought there was some mean reversion in that multiple, you'd have to run a bigger primary surplus going forward. Okay, so now we're ready to sort of bring everything together, right? We can put a value, a dollar value, today on primary surpluses projected, well, deficits between now and 30 years from now. That's a big number. It's minus 22 trillion, roughly speaking. Then you add 33 trillion. That's the dollar value of debt projected to be outstanding 30 years from now. Put all that together, you get 12.38 trillion. So we're a little short. The actual valuation of treasuries is actually quite a bit higher. That suggests fiscal capacity is actually quite limited in spite of low rates and low risk premia. Note that we were using the rates that prevailed at the start of the year. Okay, if you were using rates today, that number would be even lower. And that suggests, if you think the market's always right, that the market's pricing in a large fiscal correction relative to the CBO projection, or maybe the market's pricing in another Japan-style financial repression scenario where real rates are kept artificially low for long periods of time. There is one thing that I've overlooked in this benchmark scenario, which is that treasuries are special. We know from the work of my colleague Arvind Krishnamurti and Annette Vissing-Jorgensen, sitting in the back there, that treasuries earn convenience yields, and that gives rise to seniorage revenue for the treasury, the ability to sell these special securities at a price that is higher than their fundamental value. It's a source of seniorage, just like printing money. How much? Well, we're going to conservatively assume that convenience yields, which are now about 60 basis points, or have been on average, that amounts to about 60 basis points times 99%. That's the debt to GDP ratio. That's about 0.6% of GDP. We're going to assume Treasury earns this in the steady state forever and discount that. Why that assumption? Well, that assumption bakes in the notion that as Treasury keeps supplying more and more debt, convenience yields go down, okay? Which there's some empirical support for that downward sloping demand curve. So now what that buys you is an additional 4 trillion, not negligible. So now we're at 16 trillion. We're still short of 22. How do you get to 22? You might ask, well, the way you get there is you have to lower that GDP risk premium quite a bit, right? If you lower it all the way from 2.6% to 1.3%, then you're there. So that does it. These numbers are sensitive to that risk premium. So you might say, well, Hanno, that's it, right? It's got to be that you're using the wrong risk premium. But note that now what you've done is you've really generated a violation of the no bubble constraint. That discount rate minus the growth rate now has the wrong sign. Okay, so if you were looking at the valuation of an unlevered company that is projected to grow at the same rate as GDP, the multiple on that company, if it's infinitely lived, would be infinite. You might say, well, but companies die. Well, even if it's only going to live for 50 years, that would still be a very implausible multiple. So there's something off about this. So even though there's model uncertainty, there's not as much wiggle room as you might think. The last point that I want to make, and then I'm out of time, is these surpluses are very far out into the future, right? In this baseline scenario, we start running surpluses after 2052, remember, 2.16%. So now let's think about what happens when we increase interest rates. We're really exposed to interest rate risk because surpluses are very far out in the future, but the maturity of the debt is actually very short, and quantitative easing arguably has shortened it even more. So now what would happen if you permanently increase interest rates by 100%? Based off of the CBO projections, we're going to now end up with debt to GDP of 203% in 2052, much higher than 185%. But, and here's the kicker, the multiple is no longer 85, it's only 46, right? So now your fiscal capacity per percent of surplus is much lower, so you have to generate a steady state primary surplus of 4.82% rather than 2.16%. So that is a big increase in the surplus. So interest rate risk is substantial in this economy. Let me conclude because I'm out of time. I think we've developed a simple framework based in textbook finance for analyzing fiscal capacity. We are going to tentatively conclude that maybe fiscal capacity of the U.S. is more limited than you might think, unless you think, for one, the GDP risk premium is really very low and there's a lot more wealth than we commonly think, or Treasury has engineered permanent violations of a no bubble constraint, which other countries haven't been able to do. Even if you think that fiscal capacity is high because rates are low and maybe the risk premium is lower, that duration point actually worsens when you lower rates, because now you're pushing effectively surpluses farther out into the future. And so the duration mismatch problem becomes bigger, not smaller, when you do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Hanno. The first discussant is Bill Gale.
Have to make a minor adjustment here. Well, I'm delighted to be here. This is my first in-person conference in 2.5 years, and so I thank Jen and Jim for the invitation. I thank the authors not only for writing an interesting paper, but writing a whole series of papers. This paper is the third or fourth in a series. Let's see. I just want to touch on several of the interesting points in the paper. If you're not familiar with the fiscal literature, the budget outlook literature, there's a tendency to emphasize differences, emphasize controversy, but what strikes me always is the amount of consensus in the literature. This paper uses a different methodology, different approach to the standard kind of CBO budget projections, but it comes to very similar conclusions. One is we need to raise taxes or cut spending in the future. The other is that interest rates have an enormous effect on the fiscal outlook. The traditional reason why is that the government's a net debtor. The authors have added another reason, which is this mismatch of liabilities and assets. So these are consensus findings. I'm very sympathetic to these findings, and as someone who's worked in this literature using the conventional approach, it's reassuring that using a new approach generates the same qualitative results. The basic question that this paper asks is the current market value of federal debt larger or equal to or smaller than the present value of future primary surpluses? In order to generate that estimate, you need in order to answer that question, you need data on the market value of debt, the surplus deficit path, and the discount rate you use. I am not going to talk about the discount rate. I know Debbie will. I'm sure other people will. I will say, just as a hint, there are situations in which the discount rate will not matter to the answer to this question. I'll get to that in a second. But let me turn to the market value of debt. Usually in conventional budget analysis, people focus on the par value when you read things in the newspaper about the debt hitting 100% of GDP or whatever, that's typically the par value. But it turns out that the market value and the par value are almost the same. The market value exceeded the par value after the Great Recession when interest rates stayed low, and then the market value fell in the last year after interest rate rose, which is exactly what you'd expect in market values and interest rates. But basically the message is if you've thought about the budget outlook in terms of the par value, you don't have a tremendously different, you don't have to change your basic understanding of the situation if you look at market value. The other aspect of this is the deficit path. I'm exposing my bias by calling it the deficit path rather than the surplus path. But what the authors do is for the next 30 years, they assume that CBO's current law projections hold. The current law projections are not predictions. They are just extensions, assuming that, quote, nothing changes, unquote. I've defined what nothing changes means here. In particular, for example, the debt ceiling has to be raised, so that changes, but what that does is allow ongoing government spending and taxes to continue. So they use that for the first 30 years, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it has some implications for interpreting the data later. And then after 2052, they assume that we convert to surpluses, primary surpluses of 2.16% of GDP, as was mentioned. And the question, this is a dictate of the model. I don't think anyone's arguing this is the logical, plausible outcome. But if primary surpluses, say they move back to 0 instead of 2.16%, and in 2052 on they stay at 0, that seems like a very optimistic prediction to me. But in that case, the present value of that path of deficits is negative for any positive interest rate, right? It's negative for the first 30 years and then 0 after that. So any discount rate you use at that point will generate a negative present value of future primary surpluses. And that, in that case, this basic question is trivially correct, right? The current market value of debt is positive. The present value of future primary surpluses would be negative. So you can get there two ways, either assuming what I would say is realistic projections after 30 years, although, you know, what we can forecast or estimate 30 years from now is uncertain. But if you have these realistic budget projections, then any positive discount rate will give you the inequality in the paper. The authors, for the mathematical reasons, the transversality condition that they mentioned in the paper, they need to assume this big increase. And even then, with their elevated discount rates, they find that the inequality holds. The current market value is much greater than federal debt. I'm sorry, than the primary, the present value of future surpluses. So that's the basic result in the paper. My battery is running low, it says. You might want to plug in your PC. All right. Okay, so let me take an aside now on fiscal capacity. You'll notice I have not mentioned that term yet. It took me a couple of reads through the paper to realize that what the authors mean by fiscal capacity is not what I usually mean by fiscal capacity. And you can define the term however you want, but I think it's important to kind of explain the notion. When I think of fiscal capacity, I think of the notion of how much debt can the government take on without causing serious damage. So there's an OECD quote here. The IMF has a similar statement, and I would define it as basically the current debt plus some measure of space, fiscal space. And this measure would start with actual debt levels and then add in some estimate of fiscal space. That's, of course, a vague notion, and I think it's fair to say the profession has been wrong about what fiscal space has been for the U.S. for the last 15 years. But the key implication of this definition is that if debt is larger than fiscal capacity, then there's an issue and debt needs to be reduced right now. This is how the IMF uses it. This is how the OECD uses it. The author's definition is slightly different. They define fiscal capacity as the present value of future surpluses, primary surpluses, and in some cases they add in seniorage, but I'm not going to talk about that. And again, it's fine to define fiscal capacity however you want. This definition starts with infinite projections of budget surpluses, and so for that reason it's also hard to operationalize. But the key implication here is that if debt is greater than fiscal capacity, there's nothing we have to do now. It's just some point in the future we have to raise taxes or cut spending. But that doesn't mean that debt greater than fiscal capacity is necessarily a bad thing with this definition. For example, suppose all future budgets were in balance, right? Then the authors would define fiscal capacity as 0. Right? But you might think the government should borrow, nevertheless, and it could invest in debt. So again, there's nothing wrong with the definition of fiscal capacity. It just has a different implication than what I call the intuitive definition. And in particular, it doesn't, saying that the current market value of debt is above fiscal capacity doesn't imply that we need to cut the debt right now in the same way that the other definition of fiscal capacity does. So let me turn to back to this question of debt and market value of debt and future surpluses and ask what are the possible reasons why debt might be bigger than future surpluses. Hanno mentioned the possibility of a bubble. I don't put much weight on that, but it's conceptually a possibility. The other possibility, or another set of possibilities, that investors are rational, but they make different assumptions about the future than the authors do. So the obvious one is what the surplus is going to be. Again, current law assumes there's no change for 30 years. Discount rates, I said I'm not going to talk about. That leaves inflation. Inflation seems to be not in the paper, but the government could cut debt somewhat by increasing inflation, cut the real value of debt, since most debt is denominated in nominal terms. This effect is limited in the long term because Social Security and Medicare are explicitly and implicitly indexed for inflation, but the financial debt could be deflated by inflating the price level. There's another issue, too, which I want to raise, which is the model may be using the wrong measure of debt. I'm not certain about this, but I want to raise it. The burden of debt that has to be paid back should be net of government's holding of financial assets, and it should be net of government's holding of federal debt. So, for example, the trust fund debt, the debt that Social Security and Medicare trust funds hold from the Treasury, that's not counted in the debt number. And I would argue that there's a case, I'm not certain about this, but I think there's a case that debt held by the Federal Reserve should also not be counted as debt that has to be paid back to investors. So I know we're talking about this at the panel tomorrow, so I don't expect to resolve this today, but I will mention that the market treats debt held by the Fed differently than debt held by investors. And there's a CBO study that shows there are different interest rate effects of debt depending on who owns it. So the authors give two estimates of the fiscal capacity, 55% and 73% of GDP. And this is based on the assumption that we have these large surpluses 2052 and on. And interestingly, if you start with debt held by the public, which is 99% of GDP at the end of last year, if you subtract out the financial assets held by the government, you subtract out the debt held by the Federal Reserve, you end up with 68% of GDP, which is, within the range of the two estimates of fiscal capacity that the authors offer. So you can add one more explanation here at the bottom for why. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Well, let's okay. So investors might have different assumptions about Fed purchases of debt. All right, let's come back to that. Then the paper talks about policy responses, and what's interesting is with all the different methodology, all the different estimates of discount rate, the solution is still the same. It's cut spending or raise taxes. And interestingly, the policy changes in the author's model has the same effect as policy changes in standard models. And the reason is, regardless of how investors discount the debt, the government's budget constraint is governed by the interest rate that the government pays, not by the rate at which investors discount debt. So there's a second solution that the authors offer, which is to alter the cyclical properties of taxes and spending. That is to reduce or eliminate automatic stabilizers. And this follows from the logic of the model. I won't go into discussion of this except to say that I think it's a bad idea on both micro and macro grounds. So where does that leave us? How do we assess fiscal policy? Well, it's complicated, right? The federal government is the most complicated financial institution in the world. We care about short-term stimulus versus long-term burdens. We care about how the money is raised. That's what tax reform is about. And we care about how the money is spent. Deficits to finance investment are different economically than deficits to finance consumption. The authors argue that Blanchard's R minus G criteria and Furman and Summers' net interest payment rule are not sufficient statistics. I would agree with that. I think Olivier, Larry, and Jason would agree with it too. I don't think they were put forth as sufficient statistics. But I have a hard time embracing an infinite horizon projection as a sufficient statistic as well. So I think each criteria is useful in its own way. I learned a lot from this paper. I think the authors made an important contribution, but these fiscal policy issues remain unresolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. The second discussant is Debbie Lucas.
Is there a timer that I see? Oh, I see. Okay. Great. Well, I want to thank the organizers very much for this opportunity to discuss an interesting paper and an unbelievably challenging set of issues. You know, assessments of the fiscal capacity of the U.S. government seem to be something of a political Rorschach test. When I started my exciting new job as chief economist at CBO 22 long years ago, my first assignment from then CBO director Dan Crippen was to breathe some life and urgency into the prose in CBO's, I think, first long-term budget outlook. This is one of the graphs that went into the document that was produced then. And this is basically, you know, the usual what happens to debt as a percentage of GDP over time. And it explodes. But in any case, these projections suggested that the long-term situation was, of course, dire. And the challenge was, what could we say to get citizens and policymakers to pay attention? Most people, I'd venture, even CBO's staff, including me, were largely indifferent. And the situation was also a technical headache when CBO's equilibrium macro model was calibrated with CBO's fiscal projections, much like the current paper. There was absolutely nothing we could do to prevent the model from crashing. Government debt crowded out private investment at an increasing rate over time. Interest rates exploded. The capital stock fell to zero. The real economy essentially disappeared. I mean, that's kind of funny, but it actually highlights something I think is important for an audience like this, which is we tend to work in equilibrium models as macroeconomists, but then when you're in a situation that's kind of intrinsically looks completely unstable, trying to map that into an equilibrium model creates all kinds of contradictions. So I just wanted to point that out. So I also want to note here that the worst case scenario that we could imagine at that time in terms of the current debt to GDP, well, the debt to GDP in our worst case scenario is lower than it is now. Okay, so so of course, serious concerns about limits to fiscal capacity and the unsustainable path of projected fiscal policy, I think, long predated my initial forays into those issues at CBO, and I expect they'll continue to become even more salient in the years and perhaps decades to come. Certainly, this year's edition of CBO's long-term budget outlook is a close cousin of the inaugural edition more than 2 decades ago, and that's what's pictured on the left, and in fact, an even more pessimistic one. But there are more than a few prominent economists that take a much more sanguine perspective, and I also have some, albeit limited, sympathy for that viewpoint. Broadly, I think it rests on a sense of urgency for the federal government to confront pressing and even existential policy challenges today, tackling climate change, updating infrastructure, investments in social justice, and so forth, recognizing that the only political feasible way to fund those endeavors is with deficits. They conclude that the best policy is to spend on those essentials now, with the expectation or hope that future fiscal adjustments can accommodate the accumulated debt without too much pain, and that the public investments made today will help make the high levels of debt more affordable in the future. Well, a relatively new twist to the question of whether and when federal spending needs to be reined in, and one that's raised, I think, the heat of the arguments on both sides, was ignited by the historically low interest rates of the last decade, juxtaposed with the high spending levels that responded to the Great Recession and also the pandemic, and what all that means for fiscal capacity. So I'll call this the R minus G debate. That's essentially where this paper comes in. The R minus G debate moves the conversation from the costs, benefits, and risks of high deficit spending to a seemingly technical set of issues concerning economic growth rates and appropriate discount rates. If the interest rate R on government debt is less than the growth rate of the economy indefinitely, it's at least theoretically possible to grow out of high debt levels, ergo a much higher debt capacity. As I'll turn back to at the end of my remarks, I think that capitalizing projected cash flows over infinite horizons is not a helpful way to think about fiscal capacity. The results are ultra-sensitive to assumptions about highly uncertain quantities. And more fundamentally, capitalized values tell us essentially nothing about the range of possible paths of the future economy and fiscal outcomes, both good and bad, that would help inform policy choices. Nevertheless, for any analysis of fiscal capacity based on capitalized values to be meaningful, I do think that risk adjustment is essential, and I applaud the authors for this analysis, which underscores the importance of taking price risk into account when evaluating fiscal capacity or the sustainability of deficit financing, in the spirit of earlier work by Cochrane, Barrow, my BPEA comments earlier this year of Louise's paper, and as the authors emphasize, the well-established principles of financial economics. The authors ask and offer an answer to a very simple question: how high must long-run surpluses be in order to cover, in risk-adjusted present value terms, the present value of current and projected Treasury debt liabilities? And how does risk adjustment affect one's conclusions about the present value of future surpluses and hence debt capacity? As you've heard, I think now several times, a robust conclusion from this analysis is that risk adjustment unambiguously reduces the present value of future primary surpluses and hence the amount of future safe debt that the government can issue. So I want to take a minute to remind people why risk-adjusting discount rates is necessary to get economically meaningful answers to questions about present or capitalized values, and the mechanism by which risk adjustment shrinks the present value of primary surplus. The fundamental economic reason to risk-adjust discount rates is simply that a unit of consumption in a future state of the world where aggregate consumption is going to be high is worth less in terms of today's consumption than consumption in a future state of the world where aggregate consumption is low. That follows directly from marginal utility decreasing in consumption levels. Consumption is more valuable when resources are scarce. So I would say that's an economic principle and not a financial economics principle, because I know some of your eyes will glaze over when it's finance, but it's not just finance. It's really fun. It's fundamentally what we believe about economics when there's uncertainty in aggregate outcomes. So this insight explains why the expected return on stocks is higher than on government debt, and why people are willing to pay more than an actuarial fair price for consumption insurance, effectively discounting payoffs at less than the risk-free rate. That general logic also applies to valuing government surpluses, deficits, and debt, and that's what this model is basically doing. So the model explores the first equation I have on this slide, which is an identity if one assumes that there are no bubbles in government debt prices, as was discussed previously. The present value of current and future debt has to equal the present value of primary surpluses in order to be able to cover that debt. The insight here is that future surpluses actually are risky because they vary positively, likely, with GDP. That follows from pro-cyclical tax collections and counter-cyclical spending policies. And that makes surpluses and deficits risky. It lowers the present value of future surpluses because, like stock returns, they tend to be low during downturns when resources are more valuable. So the simplest case to consider is when surpluses are proportional to GDP, which the authors talked about. If surpluses are proportional to GDP, you can describe them with a little bit of abuse of math and notation, which a discussant can get away with and authors can't, by the equation that I have down here. So think of S bar as that constant fraction of GDP, and then we want to capitalize those surpluses over an infinite horizon. So if they're growing approximately a constant rate G, the present value is just going to be determined by this formula. And clearly, the higher that risk-adjusted rate, the lower the value of those surpluses. So it becomes important for thinking about the value of surpluses, which here are equated with debt capacity, to figure out what that RA is going to be, that risk-adjusted rate is going to be. I also want to note, and they note, and I think this is important, that in advanced economies like the US, deficits tend to be large when GDP is low, which makes the present value of that deficit spending particularly expensive, in fact, higher than what you would get with a risk-free rate. Now, some of you might wonder what I think about what they did, and I would, and probably in my written comments will, quibble with the authors about the approach they took to identifying the risk-adjusted rate for claims like surpluses and deficits that are related to GDP. And also, I think that the method they applied wasn't the best choice, either technically or for communicating with a policy or macro-focused audience such as this one. But importantly, their ultimate choice for a GDP risk premium seems reasonable, in line with what I'd expect to emerge from a more standard utility-based macro model. A nice example is Resources for the Future just rolled out a risk-adjusted model to estimate the discount rate for greenhouse gases in a standard utility maximizing kind of approach. Okay, so their conclusion that the relevant discount rate is effectively greater than the growth rate of GDP and that there's no free lunch in deficit spending when risk is accounted for is consistent with the author's earlier work and with other analyses that have examined these sorts of issues. But what's new to this paper, and quite useful, is to explicitly risk-adjust future projected surpluses and deficits in order to directly estimate risk-free debt issuance capacity. And doing that leads to the main conclusion: there's little room, or maybe negative room, for any additional deficit spending unless surpluses in the distant future are implausibly large. Okay, well, now I just want to get to a kind of a more fundamental concern about the analysis, which in some ways echoes what Bill said. So I think it's a big problem that the analysis assumes that government debt is risk-free in real terms. And relatedly, I think that the relevant notion of debt capacity
shouldn't require Treasury debt to be risk-free. Clearly, government debt isn't risk-free, particularly in real terms. This slide lists a bunch of the reasons for that. Inflation, interest rate risk. Treasury debt holders actually took a big loss this year from the big bout of inflation, so at least someone was made better off, the Treasury, by the inflation. The debt ceiling risk might be silly, but it's there. It's not zero. It's one of the reasons Standard & Poor's lowered the U.S. credit rating from AAA to AA+. A lot of the debt is held by foreigners, where exchange rate risk is very significant all the time, and there's also expropriation risk. About $7.4 trillion of Treasury debt is in fact held by foreigners, with the two largest holders being Japan and China, accounting for $2 trillion. That foreign holding is about half of the debt that isn't held by the Fed. Okay, and in fact, the government has technically defaulted several times in the past. Okay, so all of that is not inconsistent with seeing a very low rate on the current Treasury debt for various reasons. It has, as was noted, convenience yield, it's very liquid, it's probably safer than most other assets, but not absolutely safe, and so forth. But it's important to recognize that that safety and those low interest rates could change very quickly. I just chose a random country that has experienced rapid interest rate changes, and that's Argentina. I'll let you stare at that slide for a while I finish up my remarks. I don't have that much more time. I'd also note that just in the press, actually, a few days ago, there was some comment that maybe Great Britain is about to become an emerging market. So it's hard to believe that. I know investors don't think that the Treasury debt is absolutely free. So the fact that the debt isn't risk-free, that its risk will vary with economic and political factors, that the rate investors demand to hold it could change very rapidly in the future, caused me to doubt that fiscal capacity can be meaningfully evaluated as the present value of the surpluses necessary to ensure that all debt is absolutely risk-free. Debt capacity that includes the possibility of issuing risky debt is potentially much larger, just as it would be for a private firm. The government can create additional debt capacity through its inflation policies, through financial repression, or even by a partial default. Think again about expropriation risk, at least for certain countries. Of course, that additional capacity would come at the cost of paying higher interest rates, or in extreme cases, the possibility of sudden stops in funding. The recognition that the government debt is unavoidably risky suggests that we need to define debt capacity differently. And this is actually, my comments here completely overlap with Bill's, which is that from this perspective, I think debt capacity is much better defined as the amount of additional debt that the government can issue without serious adverse consequences in the medium or the long term. Capacity then relates to the ability to continue to roll over the debt at manageable interest rates with a high probability. So assessing capacity from that perspective, and I think this is important, that this is getting back to kind of the technical issues, it requires a stochastic model, or at least an analysis of different scenarios that illuminate the likelihood and severity of adverse tail events. Analyses such as this one, which focus on capitalized values or average levels of RNG, and from the perspective of only the present conditions, can't speak to those critical issues. I suspect that a stochastic approach is really the only way that deficit doves and deficit hawks have any chance of making progress in conversations with each other. I mean, I think of the hawks as worrying about insurance and the tails of the distribution, whereas the doves are worried about the trend path of GDP and kind of the center of the distribution. If we're going to have that conversation, we have to think about the distribution. So, but even if we move in that direction, risk adjustment would also be important. How costly is it, for instance, to lose the ability to run a counter-cyclical spending policy, and how is that going to vary in different future economic states? So in that spirit, I want to emphasize again that it's an important contribution of the paper to quantify the high value and the high cost that a counter-cyclical fiscal policy generates. As the authors note, rich countries with high debt capacities reap considerable welfare benefits from the ability to run a counter-cyclical fiscal policy. A striking statistic from the IMF that I've been looking at a lot recently is that advanced economies spent on average about 11% of GDP during the pandemic, whereas emerging markets spent less than 4%. Preserving fiscal capacity is insurance that such policies will be feasible during the next crisis and the ones after that and after that. So I think I'm out of time. My final comments just were with regard to whether the government should increase the maturity of the debt in order to match it better to the duration of the surpluses. I think there's a lot of reasons to be cautious about doing that, and I've listed those reasons on this slide. Can I just quickly say, I'm going to say this really quickly because I'm out of time. It's unclear whether investors would or should be interested in very long-term debt. If it were nominal, it would be extremely risky. If it were real, it doesn't seem that investors have much of a taste for that. There's a significant term premium in interest rates, which would increase the cash cost of increasing the debt maturity. I'm not sure exactly what that does to the economic cost because I don't think the drivers of the term premium are agreed upon. Importantly, long-term debt creates a moral hazard for the government, particularly long-term nominal debt in terms of the temptation to inflate. You might note that the Treasury already manages the maturity structure of the debt in a way that it thinks will minimize its funding costs. But maybe most fundamentally, the government isn't just a pension fund. It certainly is a pension fund, but it's not just a pension fund. And the government has much more flexibility in adjusting future cash flows than does a pension fund. So it seems a little tail wagging the dog to manage the debt with an eye towards interest rate risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. We'll open it up for comments. Mike, in the back.
Hey, I'm going to make 3 points. I mean, first is I think that the model would have been more useful if it had developed instead of a measure of current capacity, if instead sort of worked in that same equation in reverse and sort of asked the question, what would debt have to be in 2052 for when you take its present value for that to be sufficient to cover both current debt and surpluses between now and 2052? And you could call that like a risk-adjusted projection of debt that could be an alternative to CBO's projection. And that would be one that more balances the consequences of being wrong and right, sort of in a way that reflects the Arrow-Debreu kinds of, considerations that Debbie was talking about. The second comment is that if you're going to talk about capacity for debt, it might be helpful to start with a sort of a sense of what's the capacity for a primary surplus. I think you might have talked a little bit about that, but what is the maximum primary surplus that a country like the United States could economically and politically sustain? What percent of GDP would that be? And then multiply that by, I think would be the 85.8. I know that Greece, when they'd settled with their creditors before the pandemic, they ran about a 4% of GDP primary surplus for about 4 years. And so if you were to multiply that by 86, you'd get something like, I don't know, 350. Yeah. The final comment is to think about Blanchard. They use overlapping generations models, and overlapping generations models, there is an opportunity for the government to enact Pareto improving policies where they make everybody better off by using the government's ability to reach through to future generations. I guess the question is, if you say no arbitrage, isn't that kind of sort of a form of arbitrage for the government to be able to do that?
I'm going to go to the online questions. Henry Aaron. Don't see Henry. Yeah.
You can do Ricardo if you want.
Yeah, Ricardo, since we'll be opportunistic here. You want to go ahead?
Okay. The authors, Anno and colleagues, focused on GDP risk, which I thought which is certainly first order. But as they were pushed by some of the discussions to also consider inflation risk, I think that they could do that in a very productive way. They would actually showcase why their approach is especially promising. So let me suggest how to do so, and then Hanno can tell me if I'm wrong or how to do it better. Over the last 10 years, inflation risk has arguably been close to zero, either because there was almost no inflation, at least in a long run sense, and also because if deflation was the main concern, then inflation risk premium were arguably perhaps negative. Over the last year, certainly if one looks at the movement in five-year break-evens and others, there seems to be a very large increase in inflation risk premium. Let me say that that has increased by something like 50 basis points. There may be an upper bound. Hanno, would it not be the case that your calculations are ideal to ask this question? Does the increase in inflation risk premium of 50 basis points, and again, let me take 50 basis points, by plugging in your formula, I can get a very precise estimate of how much does the fiscal capacity fall, that it is what is the cost of inflation in shrinking capacity by making the nominal debt now riskier, therefore having a higher interest rate and shrinking that capacity. And can you do this? That would be a great thing if you could do, because I think it would really allow us to also answer or connect your paper to the first paper of the day. If, like Larry was suggesting, we're going to have 2 years of higher inflation and high unemployment, and again, a combination of somewhat elevated, that would lead to some elevated inflation risk premium. How costly is that fiscally, together with the costs in welfare and employment and others that were emphasized? Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Henry now that I can see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can
Great.
you hear me?
Yes, all set.
Okay. I don't want in any way to disagree with the thrust of the paper or the discussants that there is a need over the coming years or decades to narrow the gap between spending and revenues being collected. I do want to suggest that it would be helpful in a truth in packaging sense if everyone would stop acknowledging CBO's claim that its projections are based on current law. They demonstrably are not in two particular ways, and they are not in other less clearly defined ways. The clearly defined ways are that CBO assumes that both Social Security and Medicare hospital insurance will continue spending at statutorily committed levels now in law, even when the trust funds have been exhausted, which in the case of Medicare is projected to occur pretty soon, within the next very few years, and for Social Security within about a decade, certainly relevant to the projection period of 30 years that has been used by CBO. Now, the simplest solution would be to correct the analyses, the numbers used in all of the studies that were presented here or have been prepared elsewhere, to correct for that fact. And indeed, I think that would be a useful thing to do. But the current law assumption is indefinably false or imprecisely false in other ways. Consider simply the projections of what national defense spending are going to be. Statute refers to a dollar amount over the coming year. If one wanted to, one could stretch the current law assumption and look at the 5-year defense projection, their intentions over the next 5 years. But one certainly wouldn't take that as a flat percentage of GDP or anything remotely like that. So what I'm suggesting here is there are some specific corrections that could be made to bring the CBO numbers closer to what they claim they are, which is current law. But there's a more basic point, which is that the assumption of current law embodies within it actually a set of assumptions regarding non-current law events that have important economic and political ramifications. Where this leads one is, I think, to some sense of skepticism about the hard reification of both expenditure and revenue projections that stand behind much of the discussion that has occurred so far on this topic here.
Thanks, Henry. Don Cohn?
So I wanted to ask the authors to reflect a little more on the pattern of market prices. So you say the market must embody either a large fiscal correction, very large fiscal correction, sometime perhaps relatively soon, or a lot more repression. And I guess I don't find either of those things persuasive, that that's embodied in market expectations. And the market's expectations about inflation are pretty low in the long term, very close to the 2%, very close to the 2% target. So perhaps it is, they have a shorter horizon than your infinite horizon. They're thinking in terms of debt capacity more in the way that Bill and Debbie were thinking of debt capacity. I don't know, but I think a little more discussion of what might be going on there and how you could explain that would be helpful. Thank you.
Steve Davis?
Thanks for the interesting set of presentations and comments so far. It wasn't clear to me how the rest of the world fits into the analytical framework here. Maybe it's buried there and I just don't see it. But as Debbie emphasized, the rest of the world holds a lot of U.S. Treasuries. As I understand it, they value it. There's a convenience yield associated with that. If the rest of the world grows rapidly, say relative to the U.S., then presumably that's going to increase demand for U.S. Treasury securities in their role as reserves and other convenience yield providing services. So that's also risky, and so that should affect, I would think, the convenience yield and the risk around the convenience yield. But maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. A very different risk is that some good substitutes for U.S. Treasuries at scale emerge for the kinds of special role that the dollar currently faces, and that could either displace the dollar, presumably greatly eroding the convenience yield, or at least provide more competition, also eroding the convenience yield. So I didn't see how any of that fit in, and maybe it's there and I just missed it.
Arvind Krishnamurthy.
I see this paper as less about establishing fiscal capacity as opposed to providing an input that might help you get to fiscal capacity. So it seems to me this paper is a valuation exercise. It's analogous to a question like, what must you believe about the earnings of Tesla and the discount rates that investors apply to Tesla in order to reconcile Tesla's current stock price? So it's an analogous question. What must you believe about the surplus process and the interest rates applied to that surplus process in order to reconcile how much investors are willing to pay for U.S. government debt? So from that standpoint, I think you put a couple of things on the table. You tell us it's risky. In order to reconcile the value of government debt with just movements in risk premium, you need a ridiculously low risk premium, such a low risk premium that we wouldn't apply that to any other asset value out there. You've told us convenience yields are helpful. You told us sort of it gives us $4 trillion and we're still missing. That sounds to me like if we double that, maybe we get us home. And maybe I didn't think about Steve's point, but it seems like a valid point. If world demand for convenience assets scales with world GDP, then maybe actually we're expecting. So that's one answer. That's sort of in the line of rationality. And then with regards to some of these comments that have come about inflation, I think what you could do is you could say, well, suppose you relax rationality, which I think is what you need to do in order to think about the inflation case. Right? Because if investors are expecting inflation, then interest rates should have already adjusted. So in order to have the inflation scenario line up with your valuation, you have to think about a world in which investors are irrationally expecting no inflation, which maybe sounds okay, especially given the papers we saw earlier. And so then we get unanticipated inflation that investors are not valuing, and that could potentially reconcile. So, maybe those are the three kind of leading things that you could put on the table, and maybe, I don't know, I'd be curious which one of those three things you find the most useful to say.
Jonathan Pingle.
Yeah, so building on some of these comments that were just made, I mean, when we think about the convenience yield little bit building on what Bill said. I'm wondering if maybe there might be more discussion, it might be worth discussing or thinking about some of the market imperfections, right? I mean, if you think about what the convenience yield is, I mean, it's kind of a market imperfection that is not, bid away somehow. And you could look at the Fed's holdings of treasuries similarly. I mean, these have been removed from private markets. Perhaps it is in Bill's, I mean, I kind of agree with Bill, but even if you thought about it in the Bob Hall sense that this is a maturity transformation, you're going to tell much different stories of things like rollover risk for reserves or the holdings of the central bank than you would in private markets. And we can debate the literature, but there's actually fairly good literature, even beyond the event studies, that the central bank holdings do put downward pressure on yields. And another important one in the U.S. is, following the Dodd-Frank reforms, we revamped almost wholly the money market complex into being government-only funds, where they are, really truly captive audience. And that's something that's not going to be reflected in a convenience yield further out the curve, but there's a significant amount of issuance now that faces very little rollover risk, and money in money market funds is not generally seeking maybe higher returns competing against deposits. But it's another important form of, kind of a market imperfection that creates, a substantial amount of federal government debt, right? I mean, you're talking trillions of dollars of bills, as well as, almost $6 trillion of U.S. securities on the Fed's balance sheet. So, so this is similar to a number of the comments, even the overseas holdings, how you want to think about, filling some of these market imperfections. I mean, I would encourage you to, consider more, how you could reconcile that in understanding this gap between sort of the market pricing and what this sort of, optimal trajectory of capacity might be.
So Louise Shiner.
So 2 comments. So someone who also does a lot of CBO-style long-term budget outlooks and thinks about it that way, I think it would be helpful to sort of speak to our language too, is if we thought about it more like, we think that the government borrows and will do whatever it takes to pay it back, which is it's the taxpayer who's the residual, like they're going to have to pay it. And so you might say, look, CBO shows what expected taxes would have to be to pay off the debt in expected terms, but it's risky. But then it's the taxpayer's risk that matters, not the debt holders, which could be quite different. It's future taxes, which is what Mike was talking about. And so then I don't worry so much about business cycle risk, and I think the government can smooth over that. I think we do worry about GDP risk, which is like it could be that actually GDP growth turns out to be much slower, and then people are in this terrible position. But when we're thinking about GDP risk, then I wonder about some of the covariances that you looked at. So I think about like Medicare spending. Medicare spending might be quite a bit lower if we're in a world of slow technology growth, no new ideas, people don't live a lot longer because we don't have fast GDP growth. So I think in some sense it might be that some kinds of government spending it'll be offset when we think about those kinds of risks, the long-term productivity.
Justin Wolfers.
I was trying to think about how I could explain what you were doing to my Econ 101 students, and here's what I came up with. After you graduate, you might become an analyst on Wall Street, and your job might be to analyze Coke. You could see what does the market think Coke is worth by taking the number of Coke stocks and multiplying it by the stock price. Or you could be asked to do a fundamental valuation where you'll take the net present value of what you forecast Coke's future cash flows to be, and obviously if that turns out to be high, you'll tell you guys to go and buy Coke. What's hard in this analogy is getting from Wall Street to Main Street, because at the end of this, you're either going to turn out to have been right, in which case Coke's stock price will rise, or you'll turn out to have been wrong, in which case you're just another Wall Street analyst who built a model that turned out not to be correct. But either way, Coke's just going to keep making Coke all day, every day. And so in this analogy, I'm kind of worried, like, you're saying it's mispriced. So either the conclusion of this is going to be you were right and bonds are currently mispriced, but the rest of us are still going to go to work every day and produce our little part of GDP, or you were wrong and you were yet another guy making a valuation error. And I'm not sure how any of this affects my life.
Few more questions here. I'm glad Phil Swagel put his card up so I didn't have to cold call him. So go ahead, Phil.
Sure. No, thanks very much, and thanks for a great paper. I really like this paper and like the work, and Mike Balkenheim gave some, comments from our perspective, but I really like it. It's really hard to communicate this, so we try to do this in a number of ways, and Mike has been a key person following on Debbie Lucas's work. Boy, it's really hard. The people who understand it hate it the most. So, I mean, in some sense, because it implies that the financial activities of the government are riskier and more costly than if we ignore it. So, but so anyway, that's my comment. I was going to say we can get you the data to address Henry Aaron's points, which are very nice, which are important points. We essentially publish that if we don't have an XLS on our website already, we have ones that are very close to it. And Jeff Kling's behind you. He and I can talk to you afterwards. And just to say the comments that Henry made are exactly right, of course. They're by statute, right? So we assume that Social Security and Medicare continue to pay because that's in the statute. In the national security spending, we don't predict what a future Congress will do. So again, it's by statute. We really don't want to reopen the Budget Act. It's like reopening the Federal Reserve Act. So it has the same sort of properties. But we have done this. Last thing is, in the long-term budget outlooks that Debbie put the graphs up from, we have done these sorts of things, say, okay, what if appropriation spending, the annual discretionary spending is more or less than the formula, the statute requires. And the same thing with what if we do current law, the payable benefits in Social Security. So we have that.
Jonathan Parker?
The one piece is just a question, which is that when you think about changes in real interest rates, I think you have to think of that also as a risk factor and correlated with potentially good times and bad times. So in some sense, one of the fundamental risks over the long term is will we return to a high growth world where we have high interest rates? And so that's in some sense bad for sustainability, but it's good times because we'll have plenty of output. And so that will sort of make it somewhat easier to pay off. And then the reverse is, worse and worse and more sluggish productivity growth in bad times. That will make the real interest rate lower and maybe make it easier to roll over. So in some sense, how does that sort of risk enter this pricing equation? And that it seems like a fundamental long-term risk that we're facing, which is the real growth rate over the long term. The second point I just want to bring to the fore that maybe have you guys comment on the link to the first paper, which is that in some sense there is a government budget constraint which has to hold one way or the other. And if there's a misvaluation here in your assumptions in the pricing equation, then there must be in some sense something that's going to come in and fill that hole in the future. That could be inflation. And then, you wonder, well, when is, expected inflation won't solve the problem, as we note. And so really what seems to be possibly the case is that a large number of regulatory and governments are sitting out there saying, we're fine with the current inflation, we're fine with the current prices, and we'll stabilize as much as we can to keep things from going. But at some point, you'll have the moment, which many countries do hit, which is that when that misvaluation becomes apparent and how we're going to close the gap becomes clear. And it's sometimes rapid and sudden inflation, which of course nobody expects the timing of, yet everybody sort of knows it might be out there.
Okay. Let's go back to the authors. Can you take 2 or 3 minutes to summarize, react to all of that?
Well, so let me just quickly clarify one thing about Debbie's comments. So our analysis actually implies that debt cannot be risk-free or have zero beta. We should have been clearer about that. So we're actually in complete agreement with you. The only way that that could be completely risk-free is if the tax claim is less risky than the spending claim. The math there is unambiguous and unforgiving. That's the only way to do it. And so we agree with you. It's not risk-free. It's very risky. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then Stan maybe and Zen Yang can follow up.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot. I mean, this is in many ways maybe not Econ 101, but MBA Finance 101, right? We just want to try to apply basic aggregate risk pricing to this question of fiscal sustainability. So then at the end of the day, I guess a lot of questions were, well, what gives? If the value of the debt is different from the present discounted value of future deficits, what is that wedge? What is that gap, right? So one thing could be convenience yields are higher than what we've done, than what we've considered in the analysis. I think Steve Davis's point was along those lines, some other comments as well. It could be, for example, because of growth for foreign demand in the future from abroad. Now, of course, the logic of we're going to be issuing a ton more debt and somehow our convenience yield is going to keep rising seems to fly a little bit in the face of downward sloping demand sloping convenience yields in the amount of debt to GDP
Yeah, and just
outstanding.
on that point, the UK was the world's safe asset supplier until World War I. They were earning large convenience yields, borrowing at interest rates much lower than the rest of the world. And that ended very suddenly, very quickly. In the interbellum, the convenience yields are gone, and after that, they were borrowing at much higher rates. So this can end very quickly if there is a promising alternative. I think it'd be foolish to assume that there won't ever be one, and base policy projections on that assumption, I think.
Yeah, and then another possibility that was brought up was inflation, right? But importantly, as Arvind clarified, it's all about surprise inflation, right? Because once nominal rates start to adjust, then that's gonna hurt fiscal capacity again, right? So, but maybe we can fool the market, and maybe bond market investors are misunderstanding the inflation risk. Along those same lines, another possibility is that bond market investors are just misvaluing U.S. government debt, maybe because they're systematically underpredicting what the surplus will be. Maybe they keep on being overly optimistic about our fiscal rectitude, and this is something that we've shown in one of our other papers on this topic. So, I think the third possibility, is a bubble, which I think we're somewhat skeptical of. And the last possibility is that there will be fiscal adjustment in the future that, again, seems politically undesirable, but then again, who knows? At some point, we might need to raise taxes dramatically.
Okay, yeah, I'll add one more thing to my co-authors. So there has been many questions about pricing other sources of risk, like inflation, like interest rate risk. For example, these are the questions from Jonathan and Ricardo and also Debbie's point. So indeed, we have a more sophisticated asset pricing model in which we seriously price all these different sources of risk. And what we find is that in that world, the present value of surpluses is even lower. It actually is negative. So we'll just have a much bigger gap between the present value of government surplus and the market value of government debt. And that really leaves us the question of what explains this void. And those are the conjectures that Stein just have put forth.
So thanks very much to the authors and to the discussants, both for this paper and the two previous papers this afternoon. It was a great way to get started again with our in-person BPEA presentations. I do want to point out, and Jim reminded me, that Debbie mentioned Resources for the Future's recent rollout of a risk-adjusted discount rate for climate risks, and that was presented last year in a BPEA paper here. So if it sounded familiar, it's because you heard it here already. So for this evening's festivities, for those joining us, some logistical reminders from our wonderful support staff. If you're going to cocktails and dinner, we're going to the DuPont Circle Hotel in the ballroom, so just right up in the circle at 1500 New Hampshire Avenue. Bring your name tag, because they'll be checking people in, because you know the throngs who will want to be at this party. And if you're continuing at the conference tomorrow, you can leave your name tent at the registration desk outside, so you don't have to carry that around with you overnight. Anything else? All set? Fantastic.
Breakfast is we have breakfast at 8 o'clock.